get started.
I can go first. Hi, my name is Shivani. I'm an application security engineer. I have worked on a few InSpec profiles, and if you need any help, feel free to send me a message and I can help you in any way I can.
And I'm Will Dower. I'm a cyber assessor engineer with MITRE. I work on the SAF team with Aaron and Eugene and Mo and Roni and Shivani. And yep, let us know if you have any questions.
Hi, my name is Roni Xavier. So I've been working on the SAF team for over 3 years now under Aaron and Eugene, along with the rest of the TAs. So yeah, please feel free to reach out to me as well. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mohammed, one of the instructors for this. I've been working on the team, same as Roni, for about 3 years now on both profile development as well as resource development. So yeah, if you have any questions, please feel free to let us know.
Hi, this is Eugene Aroni, the coordinator for this class. Not the instructor, but I'm here to help in any other logistics way I can today and tomorrow. And you should have received your Cloud9 student assignments around, I sent it out around 7:45 this morning. And but if you're having any trouble logging into Cloud9, or this is the first time, because I know a few of you weren't able to make the basic class, so we'll work with you as best we can, but it still should be informative. Reach out to the TAs on chat, as was mentioned. Yep, that's all I have.
And again, my name is Aaron Lippold. I'm the program lead for the SAF and one of the creators of InSpec. So thank you so much for attending the course, and we hope you find it useful and informative. And again, any feedback or any questions, please don't be shy. The more interactive we are, the more you get out of the class. So with that, I think we'll start with section 1. And if Mo, you want to share your screen, I'll just talk through section 1, and then we can move on to the next sections. So this will be very similar to the introduction I gave in the first class. So the foundation or framework that we're looking at today is InSpec. And InSpec is an open source compliance and assessment language help you create baselines and security automation tests to validate your systems, services, and architectures to meet particular security requirements, functional and unit requirements, those types of things, and easily allow you to align those tests and requirements to things like 853 controls, systems and services, tag that information, and then utilize it in a standard format. Fundamentally, remember, one of the key value adds of the language itself is its loosely coupled design, which is more the antithesis of a lot of your other compliance tools and frameworks where they like to be a big machine in the sky and go down into the nodes, right? InSpec kind of took the opposite tact and says, I like to be integrated into your pipelines and into your scripts and loosely coupled into your workflow processes so that it's low cost, not high cost. So the fundamental workflows that we're going to be talking about as we talk about integration with CI/CD pipelines is how do you fold InSpec and the various other security tools, right? Because InSpec is only one vector of many. And then how do you put that into a continuous workflow process such that you can start to work with a ongoing approvals or continuous authorization or whatever terms you guys want to use in your organizations to denote a recurring ongoing process. So the next major topic that we're going to be talking about is how to expand and develop resources, right? So InSpec has a very large set of core and cloud-based resources, but as the framework advances, the primary value of the resource abstraction layer, which we'll be talking about, was the fact that we couldn't anticipate every single resource or what people would need or wouldn't need. So we developed 3 core areas in InSpec to help you, the end user, be able to contribute back to the community and help build your own validation framework to best suit your needs. Primarily, that's the resource abstraction layer. And then we've set up a plugin system so that you can build your own expansions of the reporter system, of the input system, of pretty much every part of the InSpec framework itself is expandable via the plugin mechanisms. And then finally, we're going to talk a little bit about some more advanced features inside the language itself, such as filter tables and other advanced resource innards that normally the everyday end user isn't really going to worry about. But as you get deeper and deeper inside the language and you want to help fix any challenges that you might find with how resources are reporting, how it's returning data back, new operating systems or distributions are being supported, those types of things. We'll show you kind of how to dig in, pry in, and find out where to put your fixes and how to best bring those enhancements to the framework such that it's as usable as possible. So with that, I'll open it up for any questions or any suggestions from the students on any particular topics you might want us to go over that isn't listed in the outline or that I didn't mention earlier. All right. Well, with that,
Aaron,
yes.
I forgot to mention, my apologies, I forgot to mention when I spoke, this session is being sponsored by CMS, and they have their own security automation framework, and wanted to make sure, give them a shout out about that.
Very
They're
cool.
a user and supporter of this framework.
Mm-hmm. One of our largest supporters, actually. So if there isn't any other questions, I'll move on to section 2. I don't really want to, go over what we went over last week. But again, please don't hesitate to ask any questions, raise your hand, and utilize the TAs. So with that, I'll hand it over to Roni or Mo, whoever wants to do section 2. And Mo's been having a little bit of sore throat over the last few days, so I think we're going to go back and forth a little bit, just to kind of share the burden. So if anybody doesn't hear something or needs us to repeat anything, please also don't hesitate. So with that, I'll hand it over and have a great class.
All right, so for the course overview, we'll be doing a little bit of a review for what we did the previous course for the developer course. And then we're going to dive into InSpec resources, which is the primary focus of what we want to teach in this course. So going over a little bit of what we did before, if we were to take a look at an InSpec structure, we see that the profile itself has a README, which is just the description and the information that you'd want to portray about that profile. Then you have the controls directory, and that'll have all your controls. That's what we were working in the first class and setting up our controls. You'll have an inspec.yaml file, which this is the manifest for your InSpec profile. And then what we're focusing on in this class is the libraries directory. And in the libraries directory, we're actually going to be working on resources that are local to that profile. And we're going to explain a little bit about the two different versions of resources later on, ones that are local and ones that are built into InSpec. But for now, the main focus, the primary focus is going to be the ones that we're going to be writing within the profile itself.
And Mo, once they test their resources locally and things like that, there is a well-known process for actually being able to contribute those resources back to the community so that the larger community can utilize them.
Yep,
right?
And that is part of our day too.
Wonderful.
So then we have an actual control that we're looking at. It's this. We put in the control word right here. It's a keyword. We give it the name, which we use the V number if we're using a STIG. We have a title that designates what this test is doing. We have a description that describes a little bit more. We give it an impact. Then we have a lot of other metadata that talks about severity, along with whatever else you would find within the STIG, as well as the NIST tagging for it. We have the check text for it right here, as well as the fixed text. And these are all ingested from a STIG itself and written out. Finally, we have the describe block itself where it does the testing, and that's where the actual InSpec is running. That's where the meat of the control is running. And as we saw in the previous course, we have some failed tests. This is what it looks like when we have a passing test and then a mixture of tests. And then as an assessor, looking at this might not be as fruitful. So that's why we also have reporting tools where you can ingest this same exact data and get a lot more meaningful information out of it. This is where we were using Heimdall in the previous course. And then finally, we're going to go into InSpec resources itself. This is going to be our focus. In this example, we're using Gordon config in this, where you'll see that we have a class, we have a name. This is the basic format of what InSpec resource looks like, and we'll actually go into more detail of what this all means and how it's written out in one of the later sections. I think I'll go over this one. Roni can do the CI/CD pipeline.
That's good.
After this. So going into once more a recap of InSpec profile again. We have gone through this in the first course, but it is important for us to make sure you still understand how to write a profile and do tests, because later today when we're doing our InSpec resources, we will have to also go in and create tests that will be able to utilize the resources that we're creating. So as a quick overview of what our last class, what we did, to create a profile, you use this inspec init command, inspec being the inspec resource that or package that we've installed on the machine. Init is just the initialize method. Profile, we're just calling it a profile, and then we give it whatever name we prefer for our purposes. Your output should look something like this, where it goes ahead and creates the files for you. Now, the libraries directory we will have to make ourselves. In really early versions, it used to generate it by itself, I believe, but not anymore. So we'd have to just manually create that. Other than that, as we explained in the previous section, all the other files and folders are exactly the same when they're generated. Then we go into actually understanding the profile structure. So the main points for a profile is we have a control keyword, and then we give it the name. We have some form of impact, and this is just measuring the relative importance of the test, and that can be anywhere between a 0.0 to a 1.0. We have a title that defines the control purpose. We have a description, which provides a more complete description of what the control checks for. And then we have the actual describe itself. And this defines the test. Here's where the test checks for the existence of the /temp directory in this example. So understanding what the actual describe block does, we have the describe, which is just the keyword that we're using, and then there's some entity that it is testing, and then it has some form of expectation. So just dissecting what we were looking at earlier, we have describe, we're using the file resource for the temp directory. And then what we're expecting out of that is it should be a directory. File itself is an InSpec built-in resource, which you might have been familiar with if we took our previous class from how much we've utilized this. Then we have the it statement. It just validates one of your resources. We have the should, which describes the expectation. Should asserts that the condition that follows should be true. Or alternatively, we can use the should not be true. And then finally, the B directory is just an example of a matcher. And the matcher compares the resource's actual value to its expected value. And these are all things that we'll be making in this course through our resources later on. Any questions on that? Anyone have any questions from the previous course about profile development, or any new questions based on what we went over right now? All right.
All right, thanks.
Hey, folks. Mo, let me share my own screen. Might be easier to scroll through that way.
Sure thing.
Come on, boys, share alike.
Can you all see my screen?
Yep, we can.
Okay. So in this stage, we kind of want to highlight for you guys the role of InSpec and associated tools that we have developed in your CI/CD pipeline. So this could be a CI/CD pipeline to generate Amazon gold image disks, gold AMIs, or container images, or what have you. Whatever you want to validate the compliance status of, InSpec can fit in a very quote unquote DevSecOps way. It fits in with your agile methodologies where you have the automated configuration, and the yin yang to that would be the automated configuration validation. InSpec being a Ruby gem, or you could just run it as a container, it can fit into your pipeline steps and just perform the validation for you, just like you would with the hardening. And as you have once, so the order of cadence is, hey, first you have the you create this image, then you apply hardening to it. Once you're done applying, the next stage is apply the validation through InSpec. Here you can see on the screen a sample pipeline where we use InSpec tools to validate the compliance of a Docker instance, I believe. Aaron, I kind of want to show the Red Hat one you created. I feel like that's a better example to show off. I'm not able to find it here.
Red Hat does not have a dash in it.
Oh, that's fine. Where's the 7 go?
Huh?
Where did the 7 go? Okay, 8, I see 6.
I think it might be under rel. RHEL.
Oh, yeah, that could be it.
Oh, that's right. Because yeah, okay. We have to make that transition eventually.
I don't see it in RHEL either.
All right, let me find it. Red Hat dash Enterprise Linux Stig baseline.
Am I in, it's just me not seeing it, or
Yeah, it's just you.
what the heck? Please give me the link.
I will.
It doesn't like you anymore, Rody.
I know, what the hell? I ignored it too
It's in the
long.
chat.
Yeah, thank you.
There it is.
Well, I mean, it kept you kept talking to it about drone, and it just got jealous. And you don't want to. Fine, fine. You want to use drone? You want to use drone?
We'll have to check your permissions. I'm not sure what happened there.
I'm sorry about that, folks. So yeah, we constantly bicker over what pipe, CI/CD pipeline to use. But the baseline is the basic to understand it. No matter what pipeline you choose to use, whether it be Orthodox Jenkins or brand new Circle CI or GitLab CI, whatever you want to use, InSpec ideally fits in your pattern of hardening and validation. So I wanted to show this example of a Red Hat gold disk image creation pipeline, which is a very more descriptive example of what you guys want to see. So here we are using GitHub Actions, which is another CI/CD pipeline you can use. We have a hardened and a vanilla version. In the vanilla version, you're not doing any hardening. Let's see.
Maybe Roni, do you want to go back to the overview graphic where we kind of talk about that build chain? Define the thresholds, and then you can talk to that, and then kind of walk people through the code.
Where's the graphic?
It's in section 1. And there you go.
This one.
So, I mean, we're doing basically sections 1.2 and 1.3 for the most part, where we're standing up an image.
Mm-hmm.
Sections 1.2 and 1.3.
1.3, okay.
There you go. So we're standing up an image, right? We're selecting a profile we want to run against that image, right? We're grabbing the results, and then we're going down here and we're processing the results in a particular way to basically get the state of how well we did, right? So at a high level, this is really the only 4 steps that are happening. And then Roni will kind of walk you through the details of kind of how we get to each of the phases or each of the outputs of each of those steps. And then you guys can expand or contract those steps to meet whatever business need you have. But if you need a reference of kind of what we're talking about at a high level, it's always right here.
Thanks, Aaron. Yeah. So, just like this overall, the model that you see, every time you make a commit, that triggers a build, and that triggers a test. And once you're able to put the thresholds in this point to gate the production, to gate the push to production. So this is where InSpec would come in and allow you to automate that gate. So let's look at a implementation of the same thing. So this is a GitHub Actions based CI/CD, as I said before. The plan is to create AWS AMI, a hardened or vanilla version, and check the compliance of the target. So I don't want to go through the details of GitHub Actions, but you set it up so that it has access to the credentials of your AWS account and the deployment details. Once that's there, you want to get into the InSpec portion. We have a bundle install that would require install all the required gems for you, which is InSpec and the associated bundles. any associated gems. Bundle is the package manager for Ruby gems, if you guys aren't familiar.
Which we set up on the runner on line 36 and 37.
That's right. Yep. We are getting a Ruby image, and you're doing the bundle install on it. So the key factor is here. Bundle exec kitchen test. Kitchen is an orchestrator. You can configure kitchen to do create targets, harden targets, validate targets in a certain configuration. You can have kitchen interface with EC2, AWS interface, or container, or Vagrant. Kitchen, if you're not familiar with it, allows you to interface with multiple targets. So yeah, so what you need to understand here is that kitchen allows you to create, configure, and validate different targets, whether it be VMs, EC2s, instances, or containers. When you do kitchen test, it does all three for you. So it would first create the instance, harden the instance, and then do the validation of the instance. So when you do kitchen test, it creates an InSpec results JSON for you. So this is the same JSON you're familiar with your previous intro class. But at this point, you were able to compute last time when we got the JSON, we had to load them into Heimdall to get the compliance percentage. But the CLI tool, InSpec tools, allows you to check the compliance right on your CI/CD pipeline. For example, you say InSpec tools, compliance, and you provide the results file. You got the InSpec run, and you provide the threshold file here. So here is a matrix suite. This is a kitchen terminology where it gets filled in by vanilla or hardened, the different suites we have behind here. So let's go back to the repo.
I have a question. On line 50, why do you have pipe true there when you run your tests?
So good question. InSpec has different exit statuses based on the statuses of the checks. Here at this point, we're not. InSpec doesn't give you the full. The InSpec subtest categories just falls into 3 buckets: pass, fail, or skip. That is not complex enough for us to perform a compliance validation. In a compliance validation, we have to do a computation on top of that to perform compliance tests, and that's what InSpec tools compliance gives you. But the raw exit status of InSpec can be it's documented, but that's not of use here. So that is why we kind of order to true. So the pipeline would continue no matter what the exit status of InSpec is. And you actually get the results file, and you're checking the true compliance using the CLI tool here.
Great. So the simplest way a lot of times that I put it is that InSpec or your functional and unit tests, right, normally will never give you 100% pass. So most of the time, post-processing or pre-processing of your results data, be it from InSpec or any other security or validation tool, when integrated into a pipeline, will need to be post-processed to give you a more stable result and a more stable pipeline. So rather than trying to finagle your profile or finagle your tests or turn things on or turn things off, we found it's more useful to normally just capture the artifact, right? Process it and actually measure what the data is saying, and then move on from there, rather than trying to, like you would normally in functional or unit tests in a code base, expect 100% compliance or 100% code coverage. Compliance and security and validation testing, even static and dynamic testing, right, will normally never give you clean results, right? Because testing is noisy, right? Compliance is noisy. So Rather than trying to fight that battle or finagle it or be too fancy, right? We've just said, well, let's just shift it down a little bit and have a little more control. So, and we found that with most CI/CD pipelines or other orchestration tools, that it needs to be kind of a phased approach, and that provides a fairly stable foundation for people to work with. Does that all make sense? Cool.
Thank you, Aaron. So let's look at the two. Let's kind of expand on the threshold file. As I said before, we have two suites here, vanilla and hardened, which just kind of gets string filled in here. So let's find those files. So we have a vanilla threshold as well as a hardened threshold. So we said vanilla threshold, the compliance percentage is just minimum 2%, which is to be expected for a vanilla unhardened box. But for the hardened one, we said it has to be minimum 80% with no profile errors. Errors refers to exceptions on the profile run. These are not fails, but these are exceptions, like a runtime errors for that control. Those are we had to understand that those are distinct from fails. So we're saying minimum 80% with no exceptions. So if the execution doesn't meet 80%, or if it has a single exception, it would fail. The pipeline would get a error exit status, and the pipeline would stop, and the AMI would not be created. Any questions?
Wouldn't be saved. It's already created.
That's right. Yeah, wouldn't be published. Let's put it that way.
And you can finagle that threshold to any level of complexity, correct?
That's right. Let's look at the README page for inspecting this. So here's the README. I'm going to put that in chat. So you can provide your pass categories in very granular details. You can say, compliance minimum you saw earlier. You can say failed with no critical, without a single critical fail, and a maximum one high fail. So you can say 81%, but no critical fails. So this way you can be like, oh, hey, all the cat ones are covered. You're not going to have a single cat one, and you have supposed to have a minimum of 81. You can provide them as a YAML file in the following formats, or you can provide inline, as you see here, without having to do an extra file. Any questions on this? If not, let's see if we can get a sample execution of the same profile run, CI/CD execution. So yeah, on the hardened one, it would set up a job, clone the repository, set up Ruby, do the bundle install, that install all the gems that's required. You create a profile JSON. This is for the profile purposes. Profile JSON is a JSON representation of the profile itself, not any execution results. You lint the InSpec profile. This is our CI/CD pipeline to validate the profile itself. That's why we have all these profile-related execution steps here. The kitchen test. This is where the AMI gets created and hardened. Here we have a Packer-based execution, I believe. So further down,
it's just using the kitchen EC2 driver.
Roger.
And supported by Chef. It doesn't bother with Packer.
I think, okay.
It's a phase beyond Packer.
Roger that.
Because I basically tell it which AMI ID to start with. So it starts with a published clean AMI, and then runs all the Puppet against it.
Oh, Puppet. Oh, gotcha.
Mhm. Yeah, this Puppet code is actually from US Transcom. Provided this to the community.
Cool. So yeah, so the hardening is done by Puppet.
Mhm.
Next you get to the validation stage. This is, as you're familiar with, this is the InSpec execution where you have the CLI up the same. So you get all the results for that. Okay, so there's a line I skipped explaining over here. That's the summary option. So often in CI/CD, you don't want to have to go through, analyze the JSON every single time to get a quick view of what happened, what didn't pass, what didn't fail. So we have InSpec summary tool, and you say InSpec summary, provide a JSON, and say give me the JSON counts. That would give you what you see here, a summary of your statuses. Okay, got this many fails. These are this many impact levels. Total 26, 3 are high, 17 are medium. So this way you can see a summary of the evaluation right on your CI/CD pipeline. We feed it to JQ. JQ is a CLI tool that allows you to analyze JSONs. JQ does a pretty print for you. That's why we use JQ at the end. So InSpec summary, InSpec tool summary gets you this view. And then we do the compliance check. As we saw before, you say InSpec tools compliance, feed it the JSON, feed it the threshold file. Here we're using the hardened threshold, and it would confirm the compliance of 80% is met. Here the compliance is okay. Yeah, this version doesn't do it because it's a JSON counts. It doesn't give you the compliance level.
Yeah, just as a note, summary has actually 3 different output object versions depending on how much detail you want. I basically just kind of said, I don't know how much detail folks want. Some people want a whole lot of detail. Some people want just a nitty bitty little bit. So you can get it in JSON, you can get it in text, you can get it to print out just the compliance overall thing, you can get it to just do the details, kind of whatever you need. So, please take a look at the docs. If you go to inspec-tools.mitre.org or heimdall-tools.mitre.org or any of our tool names.mitre.org, and you'll get a nice rendered documentation page and some examples.
All of these are accessible browsing through the saf.mitre.org website.
Correct.
Putting that in the chat as well. So if you say full JSON, if you say full JSON full, you will get the full JSON with compliance and overall. Every controls with the bucket statuses. So please play with the InSpec tools, summary tools, and the compliance tool to get used to it. Here, okay, so here you say you need 80% and you got 84, so you're good to go. So at this point, your pipeline can continue and save the AMI and publish it to the users of the AMI. As an added step in my project, what we have is the upload to Heimdall. Heimdall has an API-based upload option. So you would just use those commands to upload the results to your Heimdall server, and you can evaluate the results over there as well for detailed evaluation. Anything else I missed here, Aaron?
Well, I mean, as you guys pointed out, we're defining how we're measuring the success or failure of our pipeline, AKA the workflow process, not just the tests, but how we read and measure those tests. And then after that, you can add in any steps of resulting action, capture the artifact, dump those artifacts onto the AMI, save a version of the AMI, make calls to the AWS or Azure or GCP infrastructure and let people know, all that kind of stuff, right? But it was just kind of a reference example of this should be good enough to get you guys started. And if you want to copy it over to GitLab or Drone or Travis or whatever, these are the foundational steps that help you build a hardened and trusted box in a uniform workflow process. And many people have taken many examples and built many examples off this. So, and it's always here for your reference. So please reuse. So any other questions, or this would be a good time to, go over any challenges or suggestions, anything?
One last thing I want to highlight is that the one thing that often trips people up is the chef. When you install InSpec, you want to accept the license. So if you were doing on a CLI, it would ask you to accept the license with the prompt. But if you want to use it as CI/CD through automation, you would just inject the environment variable as a silent accept. So that acknowledges your acceptance of the license and move forward.
So I do want to take a moment to talk about that license real quick, just so that people understand it. So
There's an FAQ.
Yep.
By the way.
So if you go to the saf.mitre.org under the FAQs, there's a nice long example, number 7, to give you basically a nice overview of some of the changes that Chef decided to make in how it does its end user license agreement in terms of the binaries that the Chef Corporation creates versus what the open source community creates. Short version of this story is that basically Chef went the same way Red Hat did. And if you use their binary builds, they'd like you to have a support agreement of some kind or some commercial relationship with one of their products, right? They're just trying to incentivize you to, engage with their services offering and stuff like that. But since they started as an open source company, they wanted to respect that community. And so they worked with the open source labs at Oregon State University to build a purely OSS distribution of the Chef tools called the Sync tools. Sync is not Chef builds. So depending on your needs, many organizations already have these agreements in place with the Chef Corporation. If they've been using Chef ecosystem at all, they're probably fine. But just if you guys have any questions or anybody asks you about it, the FAQ is right here. It's really as much a social contract as anything else. So it's well documented here. Chef is very transparent about it. And if they have any questions, there's links to links to links in terms of any variation of questions you might have. They're also very, very open about it, where they only really care about the EULA or anything like that when you're actually doing ongoing work in production. Everything up until that point, they're like, just use what you need, and that kind of thing. So that's also well documented here. So just wanted to point that out because a few users in the community had asked, oh my God, what happened? And, they were blindsided. So there you go.
Thank you, Aaron. Any questions at this point before I move on? Okay, so next step we're going to talk about is Heimdall tools. Heimdall tools is our solution to view and analyze the results from multiple SAST and DAST and other compliance evaluation tools in a single pane of view of Heimdall. For example, SonarQube is a static analyzer tool. It would analyze the code base to find vulnerabilities, and it would report them, and it gets reported. And Heimdall tools can talk to SonarQube over an API, collect the results, and convert into HDF format. HDF is identical to the format in InSpec InSpec results, and it can be viewable in Heimdall. So let me open up an example. So if you go to heimdall-lite.mitre.org, if you look at samples, we have one of them uploaded. So here you go. So it's a SonarQube evaluation of the sample for SonarQube evaluation. So if you note, this only has failures. It doesn't have a pass. So that is the nature of soft static analysis, right? It doesn't give you a pass on your good behavior. It would just point out your bad coding practices. So if SonarQube would point out all the vulnerabilities, we would translate that to HDF, map it to NIST 53, what families these findings belong to, and report them. And you can review them just like you review InSpec results, InSpec compliance results. So you're able to side by side evaluate the static analyze the SAST scan details of the target of a code base, as well as the infrastructure that is built on in a single pane of glass. So we do try to replicate this formatting you have in SonarQube dashboard, where you can see the summary of the findings, the location of the findings, as well as the NIST family that it falls to. We have several mappers created already, several more in the works. We have Fortify, which is another static code analysis tool. ZapMapper is a open source dynamic analysis tool. Burp Suite is a commercial dynamic analysis tool. Nessus, the Tenable, SC, those are all alternate compliance evaluation tools. Snake Mapper, which is the package vulnerability analyzer. Nikto is another dynamic analyzer. JFrog, DB Protect. DB Protect evaluates the compliance of a database target. And this is one of the recent ones, is a config mapper. AWS config mapper evaluates the target. AWS configs are rules you specify in your AWS environment that continuously keeps evaluating your target, your environment based on the rules defined. What AWS has done is they have a ready-made set of rules, and they mapped individual rules to individual NIST families, and we were able to bring that into our tool, and give you mappings on those findings based on those rules that you have in place on your environment. So if you go to the explanation, you can see further details about how to run it. Let's see. Eugene, Aaron, is there anything else you want to go over here?
No, I just to emphasize, this is all about getting things on a single pane of glass with similar viewing capability. Helps when stepping through sprints, making things accessible, transparent to everyone as quickly as possible in a consistent way. And And that important part about being able to associate whenever and wherever possible to a NIST 853 control, which is a strong underpinning of most ongoing authorization frameworks or traditional authorization frameworks. When you build your system security plan, it's all built based on NIST 853 controls. So any security defects you measure, you want to try to get them that way. It's and this is an open source community shared way of starting to bring all that together.
So the only thing I'll mention is that if we review the federal regulations are fairly straightforward. They basically say thou shalt automate and thou shalt use standardized data. And that's about it. They don't necessarily define, specifically which tools or even which formats and things like that. They just want you to streamline and normalize and automate your work as much as possible so that you can continue to do good work and not have to let humans do a lot of processing and things like that. So with HDF and the conversion of all these tools, it's more about consistency and normalization in our mind in terms of being able to output to a standard machine readable data format that you can build into your business and workflow processes, whatever they might be, or whatever other systems you need to utilize this data in. Be it, a STEM tool or RSA Archer or, even Elastic or things like that, where, we've converted a lot of this standard data into even things like Splunk, Elastic, AWS data formats. GitHub is actually looking at it in terms of integrating it in with their advanced security platform, AWS, Google. Most of the initial integrations are coming from vendors and things like that, normalizing into the HDF format using Heimdall tools. And then they're moving on to the InSpec integration. They want to do both, but normalize that data normalization value that gives you a lot of bang for your buck. So hopefully what you notice here is we're not asking you to change tools, but just normalize your data, right? Align it to some standard data elements and then build processes around those standardizations to stabilize kind of workflows and that kind of thing. And that's really the key point of what DevOps and DevSecOps is all about. So, any questions? Any comments? All right, well, I think this is a good time for a break. So, Mo, I guess if you have the little timer, this is probably a good time for a bio break and to refresh our cups of coffee and stuff like that. Do we want to say 10 minutes, 15 minutes?
Let's do a 15-minute break.
All right, sounds great. So we'll see you guys back at, let's say around 1:18. I'm sorry, 11, 10, 18. Sorry, drop that 0.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chris. I've been working in IT for a little over 20 years. I'm new with CMS as of January of this year. I've been with the U.S. Office of Personnel Management, working for USA Jobs and USA Staffing, MyPay, and other federal sites for the last 10 years. So I've enjoyed the training and looking forward to learning more. Thank you.
My name is Dale Paul, security engineer for under the ISG programs, QPP and EQRS, and thought I'd learn InSpec a little more to help out, since the CCSQ General Services Group has been using it to monitor AWS accounts within CMS that see what they're doing and what's going on. And we also want to start incorporating it in our DevOps pipelines, and to do project level configuration management. And been contractor under those, been working for CMS for getting close to 2 years now. Next.
Hey everybody, my name is Andres Colon. I'm a senior technical advisor with the Office of Information Technology, part of a division called Technology Engineering and Architecture. I joined CMS 2020, and I was here before through the USCS, where I did a tour of duty for about 4 years. And here to learn what the Secure Automation Framework team is up to and refresh skills on InSpec. It for me.
I'm Tom Besh. I work in OC along with Chris, and I'm here to learn, inspect, and be able to support our application ADO teams.
All right, any other students want to introduce themselves? Don't be shy.
Peter Bondarenko here. Hello, everyone. I am engineering manager and InfraSec lead in the Medicaid Data Warehouse project, MACDW. I've been working on this project for a little more than 2 years now. Before that, I was mostly in the private sector, and before that in the academia. I look forward to learning more around things around InSpec automation, how we can kind of incorporate it into our pipelines so that we can have a more secure way of, like a better way of vetting our resources. So this has been a very interesting class so far. So thank you for organizing, and I look forward to learning more as we continue.
Hello, my name is Andrew Gottschalk. I'm a senior development engineer working on the CMS Transform Medicaid School Information System, TMSIS. And I've been a contractor there for about 3 years, and we're working as a legacy system with the overall CMS Cloud services. We're looking for ways to tighten up our development pipeline and apply these profiles to tighten up our security with the system. So it's been a very informative class so far, and looking forward to trying to apply these things in our future development.
Hi, this is Srinivas Talluru. I'm the infra engineer on both TMSIS and MACBIS Pro projects. So far, class is interesting, and I'm looking more forward, like the more profiles, like InSpec profiles, and running on both RHELs and MySQL RDS instances. So yeah. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Patrick. I'm from LaunchDarkly, a security team, just trying to learn how we can use better automation to be able to keep everything hardened and secure.
On chat, we have a colleague called Paul Collardo, and his name, he's student number 41. He says he's over in Naval Aviation Division. He apologized that he cannot speak because he doesn't have a microphone right now, but he's interested in learning more about the plumbing to connect all these tools so he can run them in their NERF environment.
Wonderful. All right. Well, okay, we will move on to the next section. And move into the basics of resource development.
Actually, before we go into resources, we do have a couple extra examples to go over for deeper InSpec examples.
No, I think you're very faint. At least for me, you are.
I apologize. Here, I'm just typing into the chat real quickly, sending the link, and then we can go ahead and get started.
Yeah, Mo, if your voice needs a little more break, I can take this section if you want to just.
Yeah, I can go and make another cup of tea real quick.
All right. Yeah, if I will, are you still able to mouse down as I go through the sections?
Sure.
All right. So one of the things that we're going to go over quick is just to highlight kind of some of the bones of InSpec itself. So InSpec is a domain-specific language, as we talked about in last class, on top of a language called RSpec, which is Ruby's core testing language. So a domain-specific language, as you recall from your computer science courses, is really just a specialization or a wrapper language around another language to help you achieve tasks more quickly. So because this is the case, we're actually able to utilize some of RSpec's core features to our advantage in InSpec. And in a lot of our more advanced profiles, we utilize Ruby core RSpec features and specific DSL features in InSpec to help enable better and cleaner reporting, more efficient testing, and just the general power of Ruby itself to make things more efficient. So in our first example, we're really just kind of talking about the fact that, well, each of these reporters, right, and each of these reporters is really just a Ruby class, and it has standardized inputs and outputs. So the command resource executes for your system on your remote target or your local target, depending on how you're running InSpec, but basically under the target of evaluation, a shell command, be that on Windows or Linux or OS X or whichever distribution you're on or inside your container. And it returns and captures that output as a string. So a lot of times we'll want to execute basically a normal bash command or some kind of shell command, grab its standard out, remove that pesky new line at the end of it, right? And then see if I got some results or the results that I got are what I expected. So here we're basically just testing the directory, the local directory that we're in, which actually isn't a very stable test because we're not 100% guaranteed that we know where we're at in the tree when we get there. But this is just a reference example. So I'm saying describe the command ls-al, grab its standard out, strip off that new line, and I expect it to be empty, or not to be empty in this case, should not be empty. So I expect there to be files or directories or something in the directory that I'm in. But a lot of times if you didn't execute that command with a strip at the end, or something along those lines, you'd have this pesky new line, and it wouldn't quite function the way you want it to, because there might be a new line or Command R, Command N, or something like that, right? So a lot of times in the InSpec profiles and the describe blocks that we put together, you'll see things like dot standard out, dot strip, dot lines, right? To basically say, take the standard out, strip off the stuff at the end, put it into an array, right? And then I can iterate over that array as an example, right? And that's all pure Ruby, right? You're going back to your Ruby documentation to say, hey, I'm getting an array back, or I'm getting a string, or, something like that. You can do a lot of this stuff with the command resource and your shell and things like that with sed, grep, and awk, and those types of things. But the one tip that I would give you is, if you can do it inside the programming language that you're in, rather than depending on an executable that may or may not be on your target, right? Or a version of it that has particular flags, as an example, or expects a particular kind of output, right? It's a lot of times a lot more stable to utilize Ruby rather than the shell itself. Although there are some very specific examples that we've shown you where utilizing some of those embedded commands actually helps speed things up, right? So it's really kind of a learning process. So as you develop more profiles, you will start to learn, kind of where the tricks of the trade are and those types of things. The fundamental rule of engagement that I've found is that when I'm doing things on the file system, using those embedded commands of that system, be it Windows or Linux or Ubuntu or whatever, those raw C commands, it's hard to beat C code. It really is. So a lot of times, when you're doing things on the file system, you want to make sure that your context and what you're searching for and how deep you're going into that file system is as efficient as possible. So in this particular example, it's pretty darn quick, because basically we're stripping that command and, just utilizing ls and, all that. Now, the thing that we wanted to demonstrate here is sometimes it's a lot easier to switch the context and the reporting of how a test comes out, because by default, when you say describe space resource do, right, you're utilizing in RSpec what's called an implicit subject. So it's taking the result of the output of the resource and making it the subject under evaluation and displaying that information, as you see here in the first version of this command that we ran. And sometimes that's a little messy. You don't necessarily want that in your output. It's confusing to the end user, because remember, your end user isn't necessarily always a developer. It might be an auditor or an assessor, or even your boss's boss or your boss's boss's boss, right? And, they don't want to see the dirty details, right? All they want to know is, when you ran this command, to what relevance is it to me? Right? So this is where we use what's called an explicit subject, where we describe a string or a message, right? This is a detailed message, right? And then we're saying the subject or the object or thing under evaluation is the result of this block of Ruby code, right? Command, LSSGL, strip standard out, right? The thing I'm looking at is this. And then I'm saying, what should I be looking at? It should be empty, right? And then when it reports, if we scroll down a little bit, right, we say, this is a detailed message, is, it's expected not to be empty, right? And that's very, very clean. Doesn't really matter what was behind the curtain, right? That type of thing. So that's where you can use implicit and explicit subject, right? Now, the other thing that you might note here is that in that subject command, since it's just a pure block of Ruby, right, you could do all kinds of things in here to help you simplify what you're testing, what you're looking at, what it really means, right, to make your test as clear as possible, right? So I could take the output of a command, grab it, parse a few things, take out a couple of pieces, right? And then my describe blocks and say, well, this thing and this thing should be empty. It should be greater than 0, whatever we want to do, right? Because we have the ability to switch that subject. Now, the other thing that you can do is you could have a stepped or a phased approach to your testing where I could run a command. I could say the first subject of my test is that this thing shouldn't be empty, right? And then I could switch the subject and say, then the subject is this. I did some parsing on it, and the number of elements that I got back should be greater than 10. And then they should all be even, right? For whatever reason, right? During the execution of a control, you can actually switch the subject or do some more things to that or all that. The other thing that we have pointed out where we're looking at commands and resources is that we can actually assign the output of that resource into a variable, do things to the variable, those types of things. So all those types of normal second order programming language type of activities completely applies. The one kind of ask that we have is that any of that work that you do, right, we've found it best to do it under the describe blocks inside the control, so that when we might work with the profile or do other things with it, we don't have variable assignments and other things just floating all over the place, right? That we keep well structured code. So let's see, what's the next topic that we want to talk about and some more advanced things. So one of the challenges in InSpec, well, not necessarily a challenge, but basically a design decision. So iteration, or the ability to do iterators, wasn't something that we natively brought into the DSL. Ruby itself has a very powerful iterator system. It's really well thought out. It works well. And we didn't think there was any reason to write an abstraction on top of that system, given that you can use Ruby and everything in Ruby right in your DSL. So there was no reason to kind of repeat ourselves. But the cause, the thing that makes that choice makes happen is that you really do kind of have to understand that you are working in Ruby. And if you want to do things like looping and iterating and those types of things, you have to use these standard Ruby functions on the output of your resource. So here again, we have a command where we've executed a find command. And here's a couple of things, pro tip, right? We've said, I want to look at files. I want to go down one level, and I only want to look at local file systems, right? I'm not going to sit there and go over the network and look at, remote mounted file systems and network file systems or SAN drives or something like that. This will horribly, kill your target of evaluation because it will suck up the CPU and it will make your profile dog slow. So these are just some tricks that we learned the hard way. because we were getting confused at why our profiles were taking an hour and a half to run on big production systems. So as you can see here, we're doing what you would normally do in Ruby, right? We're taking the standard out, we're splitting that standard out line by line, and then for each of those things, we're assigning that to a local instance variable inside the for loop, right? And then we're saying, hey, describe that file name that we got, and its owner should compare to EC2 user, right? But now I can do this over a list. Now, if I really wanted to be fancy, right, I could start, collecting that subject and grouping those things together, right? All these things can be used in concert to do some pretty advanced testing, as you go through and do these types of things. So now let's talk about, one of the other ways that you can write a control inside InSpec. So the subject of evaluation and the describe methodology, right, is one form of RSpec. And basically, just like you have implicit and explicit subject, right, you can have implicit and explicit expectation. And so we call that the subject method, right, and the expect method of writing RSpec tests. So let me pause just a second and make sure, does anybody have any questions about the first two sections? Looping, iteration, Ruby methods, chaining your Ruby methods to parse down your data. That all makes sense? All right. Cool. All right, so in the last example that we're going to do, there are two ways that you can process sets of data with Ruby and RSpec. So the second way is actually, from the RSpec perspective, the expect methodology is kind of the standard methodology because it's more programmatic, right? Excuse me. Sorry about that. It's more like a programmer would think. And so what we see here is how you can refactor your control structure. This is well documented in the RSpec documentation, and even on your InSpec documentation, they have the basically expect versus should syntax and what you need to know. And they give examples of, if you're going to write this in the expect way, this is what it would look like. If you're going to write it in the should way, or the describe, the standard InSpec way, this is what it looks like, for example. But this example, where I'm taking a look at all of the different entries in the etc password file and saying, they should all have at least this amount of encryption, right? SHA-2048. Well, I could do that where I look at each line, I collect them all up, I, loop through them. But that would be a very rigorous test, right? The other approach is that I can expect that the result of any offending items doesn't return any values, right? So above on the first line, line 1, I've said users that don't follow the rule, where I've said, hey, InSpec, use the shadow resource where the password is not equal to everything, and the password is not equal to bang means any, and the password has a match of a 6 at the beginning, which basically means that it's non-encrypted for every user, right? And this is a great example of filter tables, and we're going to get into that later. But basically, this will return an array of any users that don't have the right encryption in place. And then I've said, describe the passwords in the etc shadow, right? It should only contain SHA-512 hashes or better, right? The failure message is users without a SHA-256 hashes, right? And then I took the result of that bad users, right? And I used a little Ruby here, right? Where I said iterate through that list and join them together with comma so it's easy to read, right? And then expect that bad users to be empty, right? And if not, if it fails, here's your failure message, right? So I've even overridden the default standard, message that InSpec spits out. So when you actually run this, I don't actually think our system has any bad users, unfortunately. But you can reutilize, these types of examples where this is, a good example of the general ability to say, I'm describing this, right? It should be that, right? Here's my first expectation. And then if I had another expectation, I could put another it under that and say, it should give me another message, and, those types of things. So let's take a look at this. So this gives me all the users, right? Bad users, where right? Describe that, right? And oh, well, wonderful. This actually gives me some bad users. So the passwords in the Etsy shadow file should only contain hash SHA-512 hashes. We should probably add or better in that just to be more prescriptive. And then users without the SHA-512 hashes are this list, this list, this list, this, right? Which is great because now I can give something back to my assessor to say, hey, here are the users on the naughty list, right? And it's easy for us to communicate back and forth because I can hand this back to the sysadmin or whatever. Now, where else could you use this kind of a methodology? Well, something like required administrative accounts or local accounts or basically any kind of list of things where I have a set of known data, right? And then I evaluate the system, I compare the two things, and if any of them are outside the bounds of my expectation, I can give you a list, right? Rather than handing you two big lists and saying, here, you figure it out, right? We have computers, we use them. So, this has been a very useful example for a lot of students. So any questions on that?
You probably went through this, but just the regex makes a lot of sense to me. But what are the other two checks for?
I'm sorry, Andreas, can you say that again? I didn't quite hear you.
So the regex makes sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
But the other two checks, what are they for?
Oh, in Etsy password, or I'm sorry, in Etsy shadow, right? The symbols ampersand and exclamation point have specific meanings about the user's password. So if I remember correctly, ampersand means unencrypted, if I remember correctly, and bang means I'd have to look at the man file actually, but I think bang means that they can do whatever they want to do. Those types of things. But basically, these are the conditions that make the user fall outside the bounds of the requirement. And I actually pulled this right from the man file when I was talking about, ensuring user encryption, right? So I actually had to dig into the PAM resource, the PAM documentation, and then the Etsy shadow documentation and figure out what are the conditions that would, put a user on the bad list. And this is what we came back with.
Got it. That makes sense. Thank you.
All right. And then we have a few other examples down in the bottom of the course material. We won't go over that in the class, but you can use it kind of as a reference. And then, of course, any of the profiles that exist on the CMS SAF site or the MITRE SAF site, are always great reference examples. Your operating system and your database STIGs are probably going to give you the most complicated controls, kind of pushing the envelope. So a lot of these examples come right from the operating system or the database STIGs. The application level controls and things like that are usually fairly straightforward. They just utilize the resources, checking data values and comparisons and other types of things, right? In the operating system STIGs and the database STIGs, and even some of the platform things like vSphere and vRealize and those more complicated systems, you actually have to do some calculations with your data. And so that's where Ruby and the DSL and RSpec actually really come into play very well, because they're designed to be able to process that kind of data. So our intention when writing an InSpec test is always to communicate as well to the assessor or the reader as possible, right? Just like you would with any of your other functional or unit tests in your system, right? Spitting back a regex and saying it should match this really complicated regex doesn't really communicate the spirit of what we might be testing, right? The fact that none of these passwords, are less than SHA-512 encrypted makes sense to me, right? How that might be determined or anything like that is really immaterial. That's what man pages are for, that kind of thing. But why I failed the test or why I passed the test or that I met a requirement, right, is really what we want to communicate. So we wanted to make sure you guys were aware of subjects, the implicit and the explicit subjects, that you can kind of shift these things around more in the interest of communicating better to your end users, your developers, your system administrators, those types of things, on what you need to have happen and where you expect the system to be. And that really was one of the fundamental goals of the InSpec project relative to the other projects that we've done in the past for automated testing and security validation, was really to be a communication mechanism. And provide you the power to be able to communicate what could be complicated, like sysadmin foo, right, to something that can actually be usable. So as authors, right, always remember communicating, right, where you will actually notice in a lot of the STIGs and things like that, or security guidance documentation, they'll give you a bunch of commands and things like that. Your job as a security content automation author is to say, well, how can I take this, right, and communicate it as cleanly as possible, right? Because if they wanted to read the security documentation and do it by hand, they would have. So let's not kind of repeat it. Let's see if we can make it easier. So anyway, that's what I have there. Does anybody have any other questions before we move on to exploring resources? All right, well, with that, we'll move on to section 6.
And I think I can take over now, Aaron.
Oh, good, I'm tired.
Thank you. So in section 6, we will be going over what is a resource, how is it written, before we actually get into our examples where we're going to do a little bit of hands-on ourselves. So first of all, we spoke a little bit about it earlier, and I'll go into a little bit more detail in the next section of local resources versus a built-in resource. This is a local resource right here. We'd have a libraries folder within our profile, and then we would put the name of the actual resource that we're actually going to be targeting or using. So in this case, this Gordon config that we're using. Now, the smallest possible form that any resource in InSpec can take is just these 3 lines. We have the class identifier, which is just a Ruby file is defined as this, and then we give it the name tiny, and then it inherits from InSpec resource version 1. And this part right here is just specifying the version that the resource plugin targets. This is a chef InSpec process that has been there forever. And if there ever is an update in the future where there's a new plugin version that we'd be targeting, we would be updating it here. But as of right now, it is always going to be inheriting from InSpec Resource 1. Then finally, the only required attribute that you need to define is the name, in this case, tiny. So in the case of the file resource that we were looking at earlier, this would be file all in lowercase. That's the actual resource that we're calling in our describe blocks in here. Now, there are other types of identifiers that we can use. So for example, right here, we can see that there are supports, there are descriptions, examples, and initialize methods. So as we talked about earlier, the class itself, that's where the Ruby file is defined. Then we have the name, and this is what we will call upon the resource within our controls. Then we have the supports, and this is how we will define or restrict the Ruby resource to work in specific ways. And in this example, you can see that it's restricting it to only work on specific platforms and even specific releases of those platforms. And then we have our description and example. And the description is used as a simple code description of the purpose of the resource, while the example is to show how the resource can be used in the control. And so, as you can see from the example, it actually shows you a way that we can use it in control as if we were doing an actual describe statement using it. Then we have the initialize method right here. And the initialize method is necessary because in InSpec controls, when we pass a parameter, the Ruby class for the resource must have an initialize method to be defined to accept that parameter. And then finally, we have our functionality methods. And these are the methods that perform the actions you require in the resource to actually be performed. Any questions on that so far?
So the primary takeaway that we want you to glean from this is an InSpec resource is just a Ruby class.
Mm-hmm. And we do have a couple links at the top of the page, which do have a little bit more information if you'd want to dive a little bit deeper. And I'll actually paste that into the chat. But if there are no questions, then we can move on. So
the one thing I would want to point out is in that basic structure that we showed earlier, the Ruby class is structured between a set of private methods and a set of public methods. So your InSpec resource will only be able to expose to your end user anything that's in the public domain of the class. So your private resources should really only be used for things like data processing, those types of things, just like any other Ruby class. So sometimes students, as they're developing resources and things like that, have tripped over the fact that, oops, I didn't expose this method, so I didn't get a matcher, so I didn't get a property, right? That was just because it was hidden behind Ruby's private methods and things like that. So there are some really good examples. If you start to develop InSpec resources and stuff like that, looking at the core resources, and other resources like that to kind of understand some of the best practices of how to best structure these classes for not only maintainability, but reusability, is a great resource. But we do try to maintain, right? We don't want to have everything public. We do want to be very prescriptive about the interface that the resource is providing to the end user, right? So that their experience is consistent and unified. So definitely try to use the other resources kind of as a style guide for how you're developing your own resource and the kind of methods that you create. So.
Any questions on that? Okay. So as we spoke about earlier, there are two different types of resources that when we talk about them is either a local resource or a built-in InSpec resource. So the local resource is in your libraries directory. You would give it whatever name, so custom resource right here. And from there, you would develop the custom resource and you'd be able to only utilize it within this one profile. You wouldn't be able to utilize it on any other profile unless you were to pull that into there. But yeah, it only exists locally. Now, the built-in resources are like the core resources that we've seen before, like the file resource, the ones that we used, directory resource, and so on and so forth. And for you to go ahead and translate your custom resource that you built and put that into the actual InSpec resource, we linked the InSpec GitHub repo, where you'd actually be able to pull this and make your own adjustments, put your own branch in. And then we even listed out the exact places where you'd want to go ahead and place your resource. So the actual resource itself lives in the lib inspec resources folder. That's where you'd actually put this custom resource that you created. Then you have to have in the helper file, this resource.rb, you would go ahead and place the name in there. So that way, when we're doing a search, like in our inspec shell, when we were doing a search on all the different types of resources that are available with our help command, that would actually pull up that resource from there. And then you're going to have to write your integration tests and the unit tests. And here are the locations for them. And then finally, you would have to actually write out a doc page. And the doc page is written in a .erb file, but then translated onto the website, as we saw in the previous course when we were looking at resources. All that documentation is built in from this InSpec profile on GitHub right here.
So Mo, why would I want a local resource versus a core resource?
Now, generally, if there's anything that you'd probably be utilizing more than once, it's probably more beneficial to have it as a core resource. Or if it's something that could help and benefit other people, you might find it there. But there could be one-off scenarios where you would need to have a local one, or even if you wanted to override the functionality of what a current resource does, because you might have different ways that you want to manipulate the data or different ways that you want to utilize that resource. So then you can go ahead and rewrite that resource in locally without ever touching or doing anything to the one that's built into the core.
Ah, so that sounds like a great way also to get around the whole PR problem, so that I can still move forward with my work while I'm waiting for a PR to be reviewed and approved and merged into master and all that.
Absolutely. And we will go through the PR process on day 2 of the course, as well as I only highlighted the different folders and files that you'd be accessing, but we actually show full examples of live PRs in day 2. But if you have any questions right now about this, let us know. Okay. I'm actually going to skip section 8 for now. I'll go back to it after we're done with filter tables because I feel it'll be a little bit more meaningful going over live resources after we've had hands-on experience. So we're just going to go straight into section 9. And I'm going to put that into the chat.
Did you say filter tables? So we should be going to section 11, Mo?
Oh, no. I said section 8 I'm going to go over after we go over filter tables. Because section 8 was just reviewing other resources. And I feel it'll be more meaningful after we've had hands-on experience of actually writing out resources ourselves.
So we're going to go 9, 10, 11, 8.
Yep.
Got it.
All right, so if everyone would like a few minutes to get into your Cloud9 environment, we will start working onto the hands-on portion. I sent a link in the chat for the section we are in the class material. We are on section 9. If anyone's having trouble getting into your Cloud9 environment, please let us know now. And I'll give everyone 5 minutes to get prepared.
So now I'm just going to ask, are any students not in their Cloud9 environment? Anybody having problems with their credentials? At this point, we'd like you to start kind of coding along with us and learning with us. So we need to make sure all the students are in the Cloud9 environment. So any student that isn't in the Cloud9 environment, please raise your hand and the TAs will do a breakout session with you quick to get everybody set up, ready to rock.
All right. If there are no issues, then I believe we can move on. So first things first, if you go ahead and click on the Environment tab up on the left here, you will see the file browser. From there, go to your specific student folder. For us, it's going to be the instructor. Then you're going to click on day 1 to expand that. And what I want you to do is have your day 1 highlighted, as you see right here. Right click it, and we're going to open a terminal here. That'll go ahead and open a terminal at that exact location. And as you can see, environment, instructor, day 1. That is the location we're going to be in. And the command I'm going to write is going to be InSpec init profile, and I'm going to call it get baseline. Once you've completed that and went ahead and created your own profile, another tab what we're going to do is we actually want to open up this git test right here. I'm going to right click that, make sure it's highlighted, and I'm going to open a terminal there. This is just giving us the location of our other profile that we're going to be testing against. And then I'm going to go ahead and type in pwd because that'll give me the location of our profile of where this git test is, because what we're going to be doing is ls-al. We want to be targeting this .git folder in there. So we want to do the pwd on this git test directory so we have the full path. For you guys, it would look like /home, EC2 user, environment, and then instead of instructor, it'd be your specific student, day 1, git test. This will be important for when we actually write our profile in just a sec.
Do we have to use the full path more, or can we use like tilde?
You can use tilde, but
get test. You know.
Yeah, you can use the tilde. I just prefer this for simplicity. So for example, now we're going to open up the Git baseline. This is the profile, Git profile that we just created. We're going to open up the controls directory, and then we're going to double click on the example.rb. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to remove everything that was in the example. And I'm going to create a variable called Git directory. And I'm going to put the path to that .git file or folder, sorry. So back to the terminal that we have, that pwd command, I'm going to copy the result from there. And I'm going to put that in there. And then at the very end, I'm just going to add .git for the .git folder that we're going to be targeting. Now for this, we're going to do a few tests. We're going to check that the following branches should exist. We want to check that what is the current branch that we're on. We want to know what is the latest commit. And we want to know what is the second to last commit. So these are just a couple comments that I made where we're actually going to be typing out commands to do this feature for us. Does anyone need me to slow down, or are we all at this point so far? All right. Just to have cleanliness, I'm going to close down all of my other terminals that we had so far. We're just going to be working in our example.rb. Now, this is how we would do it if we were just to be writing a normal control to test. We'd have our describe. We're going to use the command resource, so that way we're actually utilizing command line arguments. I'm going to put git -- git directory, and then we're going to pass in the directory. And then we're going to say branch do, and that its standard out should match master. What this command is doing, if you've used Git before, or if you're familiar with how Git works, let me actually open up the terminal back to our Git test. It's the same as doing git branch, which will give us a result of what the branches are. The only thing is, because we're not going to be running it directly within that directory, we're doing git and then we're passing in the argument, which is passing in the path that we're at and then doing the branch on it. And the path, as we did earlier, was just navigating to that .git folder within that test folder that we're actually testing against. So right here, what we're saying is that within this profile, this Git directory, we want to make sure that there is a master branch. Now, as you saw when I did it in this terminal tab right here, we also see that there is a test branch. So one other thing I want to test for is that there is that test branch. So what we can do is we can copy the exact same command that we did. And instead, we're going to name this test branch. Make sure you save. Now, the next one that we want to write out, and we're going to test this right afterwards, but we're going to want to know what is the current branch. So to find the current branch, as you can see right here, when we were on this page, when we do the git branch, it actually comes back with one of them as an asterisk. And the asterisk means that this is the current branch that we're on. So that is one way that we can identify what the current branch is. So over here, when we're asking what is the current branch, what we can actually do is take the exact same command once more, paste it, but instead, now our matcher, we will say, we want to have this asterisk, oops, over here. So we're still doing the git branch command. We're still getting the standard out for it. And then we're saying that it should match this asterisk and master, because that should be our current branch, and that should come back positive. Now, to get the latest commit, we'll do a new describe statement. Still using the command. And we will go ahead and type out the git. We're still passing in the git directory. Oops. And then we're doing the log. And then I'm just going to go ahead and add a little bit of formatting. We'll put the do command, and it's standard out. Should match. And then we're going to put in the actual as SHA for that commit. And to find that, when we were on the git test, so if you don't have a terminal open for git test, just right click it and open terminal here. Mine is already open, so you can type in git log, and we get our commits right here. Now the one I want is going to be this one right here, because that is the last commit. And I copied it over. Now to get the second to last commit, I'm going to copy the last commit command because it's very similar. But instead of getting the last one, where we're going to add in one more additional statement saying skip equals 1. And then the SHA for this one is this part right here, the 500. I'll keep this up for a few moments so that way people can have a chance to copy it down. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually open up the Git baseline, another terminal from there. So I hovered over Git baseline, selected it, and I'm going to open up terminal there. And then I'm just going to go ahead and split this into columns. There we go. So what I'm doing is this profile, I'm now going to go ahead and run it. So the command for that is inspec exec. And then since we are in the Git baseline directory already, all we have to do is the dot. Dot operator just says this location that I'm currently in. Oh, whoops. I accidentally did the wrong one. I took the end SHA instead of the beginning SHA. So as you can see right here, I actually found an error that I did by mistake. What I had done, that the reason why these last two commands actually failed is when it's looking for the SHA, you can actually give it the shortened version, which is what it's looking for. And instead of taking the front, which is the correct way to match it, I accidentally was taking the back portion of it. So just went ahead and updated that. Let me clear that out and rerun. And there we go. So the first test that we did was we're checking that master is a branch. We also checked that test branch is a branch, and they both matched and they both passed. Then we checked that whatever the current branch is would have this asterisk on it, and it's going to look for master branch. And then we checked that the last commit would equal to this SHA, and then the second to last commit would go to this SHA. Does anyone have any questions so far? Is anyone getting any errors? Or is everyone getting these passes as I am right here?
Yeah, mine is blowing up pretty good. Looks like the coloring in my IDE in code 9 for where we're doing the should matches.
Mm-hmm.
For instance, whack caret whack star / master.
Mm-hmm.
Coming back and telling me that I've got some unexpected curly braces. However, I don't see any additional curly braces.
Do you want to share your screen?
Sure. Can you see?
Yes, I do.
So I was just doing a review over the code there to see where I might have typoed something. Can't see yours now, obviously, but do I have a typo or did I miss something there somewhere?
Yeah, I'm looking through. That looks correct. It's on line 15. You have a slash right before master. There you go. Keep the space there though. Yep, save that off and that should fix it.
Bien, gracias.
Mm-hmm. I'll give everyone a few more minutes to continue copying this over. And if you have the class opened up right here, the course material that was linked in the chat earlier, you can actually just copy and paste this if you're having any issues. The only thing is just change the actual SHA over here and over here with the correct one for your environment.
Now, just so that we don't end up waiting a lot longer than we need to, as students complete each of these tasks, right? If you guys could just make a note in the chat when you're done, then we can get a rough idea of, when we can continue on and, all that. Just trying to limit our dead time. All right, it looks like we can go on to breaking some code.
Perfect. So now that we've gone ahead and done all this, I want to go ahead and rewrite our first test. I'm going to use the Git resource. So I'm going to put describe. We're going to write Git. We're going to pass in this Git directory. And we're going to put a do statement. And then we're going to say that its branches and they should include master. So theoretically, using a resource, this part right here should be doing the exact same test as this part right here, where we are doing a describe. We're going to use this Git resource. We're passing in the path over here, and then we're saying that the branches that exist on here should include master. In my terminal below, I'm going to go ahead and rerun our inspec exec command. Now, what we're going to get is an error saying failed to load source for controls example.rb undefined method git. So what this is telling us is that there actually is no git resource. And that's because we created something, or we created a test that calls on a resource that doesn't exist yet. And now we're actually going to go through and develop it. And the reason why we're doing the whole erroring is because just to show you how easily it is to identify through these error messages what you would need while we're actually developing the resource. So what I want to do is over here, I'm going to open up my environment, going to open up the instructor day 1, and then we're going to open up this Git baseline. Inside of here, we're going to right click and we're going to add new folder. We're going to call this libraries. Now inside of the libraries, we're going to right click and we're going to add new file. And inside of there, we're going to call the file git.rb. Oops, I think I clicked off by accident. There we go. Git.rb. Now, as we learned earlier, the smallest form of any resource that we can actually write, we're going to go ahead and do that first. So we're calling this Git. It's inheriting from inspec.resource. We're giving it a name, Git, and we're ending it. Now let's go ahead and run our profile again. We'll close this just to give it a little bit more space. Now we get a different error. This time it tells us that it failed to load the source for this control, wrong number of arguments, given 1, expected 0. So what this means, if we go back to our example, what we're doing right here, we called Git. It's no longer giving us the undefined method because now we defined what Git is by creating that resource. But what we're doing is we're giving it a path as a parameter. We're passing that in. And that's what's giving us this error right here where it says the wrong number of arguments. We were passing in 1 argument when it expected 0 because at this point, it's just a name. It doesn't know what it's doing. So we're going to go back to our Git resource. We're going to define an initialize method. We're going to give it a path. And then we're just going to say that this path is equal to path. This is saving the path that we're passing in from the control into an instance method called path. So right here, this is what's getting passed in, and we're equaling it to our instance method. Now make sure to save your files every time before you rerun, so that way we're always getting the same exact results back. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rerun the InSpec exec. And as you can see, it actually ran this time. No more errors that are breaking the code, but instead we got this failure. And what failed with is that it says undefined method branches. And that's once more, if we go back here to our example.rb, we got the describe method. We're no longer getting the undefined method because we defined what Git is. We're no longer getting an error for passing in the path because we've gone and created the initialize method. But now what it's complaining about is on line 5, this branches. We're saying that its branches should include master, but it doesn't know what branches is. That's where we need to actually create a method that can translate what is branches. So if we were to go back to our git.rb, and we were just to create branches, and I'm actually going to leave it blank intentionally. I'm saving this off, and then I'm going to go ahead and rerun the command. There we go. So as you see, it no longer says that it doesn't understand what branches is. Instead, it says expected nil to include master, but it does not respond. And that's because it now understands what branches is, but it can't do anything because it's a null value when it's expecting some array to match against. So now we actually have to create some logic within branches for this to actually be able to utilize and work. So what we're going to do is we're going to type in the inspec.command resource. And then I'm going to go ahead and put the command that we were using earlier, git dir. I'm going to pass in the path. And then we're doing branch dot standard out. Now, if you go ahead and save that off, I'm going to go ahead and clear out again, and then rerun the inspec exec command. And this time you can see that we don't have a failure yet. It's all successful. And if you scroll up, instead of it saying command, as we saw in the earlier ones, now it's calling the new resource git, and it says branches is expected to include master. And we got our first passing test by creating a resource that can go ahead and utilize the functionality for us. Do we have any questions on that so far? Okay. So now then, if that works, what we can actually do is copy this, paste it once more, and create test branch. And then I'm going to go ahead and comment out this old code. Since we're not using it anymore, and our new Git resource should be doing exactly that for us. So I'm going to go ahead and clear out the terminal again, and I'm going to rerun the command. And as you can see, we replaced our previous two commands since Git is doing it. Branches is expected to include master, and branches is expected to include test branch. Now this third control right here that we're doing is it's checking for the current branch. So let's go ahead and create a check where it says current branch. And it should compare to master. If I clear out my terminal again and rerun the command, once more, it'll error out like it did before because now we have an undefined method, current branch. And that's, once more, as we saw with what we did with branches, current branch is erroring out because it has not been defined yet. So let's go back to our get.rb, and we're going to write out what current branch's logic will be. We're going to create current branch. I'm going to go ahead and say branch name is equal to inspec.command. Then it's get dir. We're going to pass in the path. And then we're going to do the dot standard out, dot strip, dot split based on new lines. Name. And then we're going to say name dot start with, and I'll explain this in just a moment.
Hey Mo, while you're writing it out, are you also able to wrap lines so that the file is easily? Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you for reminding me. There we go. So what this command is doing right here, oh, I forgot one end. So what we're doing is we're putting in this variable right here where we're going to save our inspec command. We're doing the get branch command as we did before. We're taking out the output on the command line. We're stripping it of any spacing or new line characters. We're splitting the results based on those new lines at the very end. And we're finding that creating pretty much a list. So in our case, if I go back to the terminal right here, since we have two branches that come back, one element will be star space master. The next element will be test branch that is returned as the array. That's what this split is doing, and it's going to loop through. Now, what we're saying is if it starts with this star, then that's what the element that we want to work with, and that's the one that we're going to save off in this branch name. And then we're substituting that star space with an empty string, so that way it just cleans it up a little bit for us.
Mo, do you want to show him kind of breaking this down in the terminal a little bit?
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah.
Let me just go ahead and run the code so that way it shows what the output is, and then I'll go right to the terminal. And as you can see from the results, after saving this off, the current branch is expected to compare to master, which is a lot cleaner than what the command used to look like, where it says it should compare to this asterisk space master with the regex.
So Wellmo is, bringing up the InSpec shell to kind of show you this workflow process. As I'm developing resources, I've found it very useful to be in the shell and kind of test it before I run it, right? So let the shell be the debugger for you, so that as you go through each step, and you might have to experiment with the output, making sure the Ruby commands and methods and stuff are giving you what you expect and all that. It can save you a lot of headache. So, that's kind of the workflow process that we're going to break down for you. Oh, you can't do the iterator.
Yeah, I forgot that. I need to exit out.
And if you do screw up like that, we've always found it's better to exit and go back into the shell.
Just because sometimes it'll save something off and you might forget it later on and then have issues. So just starting off fresh. So command. So as you can see, this is what the command will is practically doing when we're just doing the standard out. It's getting us this star space master with a new line character along with another test branch. Now we're doing the dot strip on it. That went ahead and removed the end new line characters. So any previous or post spacing or new lines, it'll go ahead and do that. Then we're doing the dot split on the new line. As you can see now, what it does is it creates an array out of it where the first element is that master, the second element is this space test branch. And that's stepping through what the command is actually doing and what the results look like as they're coming out. And then the next line, this name dot starts with asterisk, is looking for whichever element in here starts with this asterisk right here. So in our scenario right now, it is this master branch that is being returned and saved off in that variable that we called earlier. Then finally, all we're doing is a little bit of Ruby where it's checking for this asterisk right here and then stripping it so that way we go ahead and just remove all empty strings. So the first thing we're doing was we're substituting the asterisk, which is going to give us the space master, and then the dot strip will go ahead and remove the additional spacing. So that's how we get this little clean result at the very bottom where we are just matching and find master rather than this clunky asterisk space master that we had on our test earlier. And this is actually a good example to show you of how valuable resources can be when looking at these two as a developer, as an assessor, as pretty much anyone who would have to review these results. You can actually see that it's definitely much cleaner and much easier to read when these are the results that you're getting back versus these results. So it shows you the power of a resource and some of the usage and necessity to have a resource. So even if we were able to query this using the command resource, being able to parse out the data, being able to reshape it into a better form, easily readable, that is power that you get with these resources.
And the other thing I'll add to that is that, as you can kind of see right now, we're developing the resource to be kind of Linux Git centric. But if we were going to develop a formal Git resource, we would be able to, inside the resource class, say, well, if you're on OS X and these are the kinds of inputs and outputs that you'd get from these commands and how you'd parse them. If you're on Windows, strip out these new line characters. And if you're in Linux, do it this way, right? We could abstract all the OS centric things away in the resource centrally. So that way, no matter what platform you're on or where your Git repo is, it'll work, right? And then as new things come out, Git decides to go change the, interface for the CLI or, those types of things. What would be almost even better is if we were to look at writing a formal Git resource, if Git decided to publish a nice Ruby library that we could use, right? And that would abstract away all the OS centric things and things like that. That'd be even the most ideal. So one of the things that as we're developing resources is first and foremost, we always look to see, is there a stable and well-maintained Ruby API that we can base our resource off of? If there isn't, then we go try to see if there's like a web-based API for web-based things or something like AWS as an example, right? And that kind of thing. And if we absolutely have to, right, we fall back to the command line. Now, as you probably already realized, the only way this resource functions correctly is if Git is installed on the target of evaluation, right? The Git binary, and the binary that we're expecting to be there, and the version and, all that. So, those are some of the considerations you have to kind of think about as you're developing resources is how can I make this interface as stable as possible? And those types of things. So. All right. Are there any questions before we break for lunch?
Yeah. When I do the command in the InSpec shell, I am getting empty string for the Git. Can someone help?
Can you share your screen?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm away for 30 minutes or 1 hour session. So if I miss anything, I don't know. So that's why I just, see this one.
So the reason you're getting an empty string for that is because you're actually targeting this git my test folder, and that looks like it's an InSpec profile. The actual command or the path that we need to be doing is doing the git underscore test. And if you look at the where your example is highlighted on the left, if you go down a few, you see the git test. So that's the actual one where it has the actual Git repository in it. And that's why I can't find any branches because the other one wasn't a Git repository.
Okay. Makes sense. Okay.
There you go.
Thank you. I'm good.
Awesome. Anyone else having any issues? Are you not getting the results that we've been showing so far? The next portion we'll be going over after lunch break. We'll be doing an exercise where the students will be on their own developing the last 2 resources to rewrite the controls that we had before. So if you're confused about any of the elements that we've covered so far, or if you're not getting passing results, then please do let us know right now, so that way we can resolve your issues and you can have a successful run at the next exercise.
And we're happy to do that one of 2 ways. We can do it either via breakout session independently, or if you want to work through it with the class, either way works for us. All right, let's go ahead and pause the recording and break for lunch.
I'm back at
Mo, do we want to do an hour, hour and 15?
hour and 15.
Okay.
I'll put a timer up for 1:15.
Sounds great.
All right, see you guys in after lunch.
And go ahead and pause, Mo.
So to recap a little on what we did earlier, I'll go ahead and start sharing my screen again. So we created a Git resource. We inherited from the InSpec resource. We gave it a name of Git. We initialized along with passing in a path, and then we made an instance variable called path. We created a branches method that went ahead and got the branches returned for us. And then we got the current branch. And then if you go ahead and execute these commands, we should get results like this, where all 3 tests pass. Does anyone not have this showing if they go ahead and run their code? Do you have any errors that are listed, or do you not get these results so far? All right. I'll assume that we're all passing then. Then for the last exercise of this section, before we move on to the next section, these are our last 2 tests. The one that gives us the latest commit and the second to last commit. We'll give everyone about 15 minutes to go ahead and try to write out the code for that. We want to convert our old tests similar to how we did before by making new methods inside of your resource, your Git resource. I'll go ahead and start a timer up for that. We'll go reconvene at 1:40. So we'll give you a couple extra minutes there.
And then once we get there, I'd like some of the students to kind of share some of their implementations, and then maybe we can give some feedback, talk about it, those types of things. All right, we're a few minutes in. Does anybody have any questions or having any problems?
Yeah, I have a question. How do you actually pass an argument to a function?
Well, I mean, Ruby's just like any other second order programming language, so you can pass a parameter via the method definition.
in the describe block, so you can do like the name of the function, and then how do you pass like a variable to that function?
You mean inside the its parentheses, you trying to call a property and pass a value to it. What you're talking about is not possible in InSpec.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
We can, you can process the data that's coming out of the property, like, flatten it or strip it, but you're not able to pass an argument. That being said, you can pass an argument on the other block, where it says should be that. Those functions can have an argument, and I'll post an example for that.
So
can I share my screen to decide what I want to do?
Yeah. You're not the first student that's tried to do this, but what its is really doing is just invoking a method name.
Oh, okay. I mean, you can't like query it by like sticking in a parameter there that gets passed through.
No.
Our
spec can't handle it. Doesn't know how to parse it.
Well, I think Mo needs to stop sharing the screen so that way I can show what I'm trying to do. Yeah, this. So basically, I set it up so that way you could just like pass in like, or at least I wanted to have it set up that way you could just like pass in like an integer, and then it would do like the appropriate skip from that, and then just provide like the one, and then you could just validate, like do like the should match against that. But so you're saying that there's no way to pass an argument to this function like right there?
Wait. So what you have in line 8, it calls sub method.
Yes.
You're not able to pass you're not able to pass an argument.
Okay, so you can't, because like I was looking at this example, right, and it like
yes,
there were some functions where you could possibly pass like stuff through. That's why I thought it might be possible.
Exactly, that's what I was talking about. In the second, in the should block, in the one in the block, there you can pass on parameters.
Right. So it's the difference between saying it curly brace should have property paren something curly brace versus its value curly brace should be 12. Right. So I did the same thing with like be more permissive than, right? In the file resource as an example. Right, so your definition there, you could say it, curly brace, should be, greater than 12, commit from head, parenthesis, distance from head, parenthesis, curly brace. So you're basically making a matcher.
Please take a look at my comments. I have an example.
Let me see if I can pull that up. I hate when you're sharing your screen, it just doesn't show chat anymore. Okay. Oh, I see.
Yeah, but it's not possible on the outside. It sucks, but yeah, that's our spec limitation.
So it should be something like
So as you know, these methods, they're matchers, and it has to start by be or has. No, I'm sorry. If it's like if you want to refer it as it should have something, you have to start the method by has. If you want to start by, it should be
Okay, it
something.
should be like equals, right, or something. Because like what I wanted to compare is I want to pass in the variable or pass in the int, and I want to compare like the whatchamacallit, the hash together, right? The one that I actually put into the test versus the one that comes out from the method.
Okay, so you're going to be passing an argument, and your method is going to say true or false, right? You had to design it so that it would return true or false.
It has to be true or false. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So then that means like.
So you could say something like it should have commit from head or something. I don't know if it makes sense.
So okay, so I do this, and then I can just pass in like the two arguments. So like.
Yes, I believe we can pass into arguments. Try that. Give that a shot. Is it saved on the other side? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. You had to refer it by B or so you had to say B commit from head, B underscore on the left. Sorry, on the left.
No, the B doesn't need to be there in the method name.
Yeah.
In the InSpec code, it needs to the word BE underscore and then name of your matcher.
Okay, so you have to add it on the
yes.
Okay. Does that need a question mark on that side then?
For style, yes, you should, per Ruby style guide, yeah.
You have a method and you have a.
I didn't pass in the. Okay, I need to pass in the. False.
Okay, it looks like it's working, but we got a fault.
Yeah, I just now just screwed up the EDC 207. Do I have to pass it in as like?
You might want to try running the command yourself and see what it gets back.
Yeah. Oh, is it because I didn't do the strip and everything? It probably has the new line, doesn't it? I didn't extract the standard out. That's what it was.
Or you can do a regex equate on the Ruby side. Oh yeah, of course you were comparing to an object. Sorry, I didn't see that.
That's done. There we go. Oh, thanks for the help.
Problem.
How's our timer doing, Mo?
We are on time now, so pretty much if anyone else has completed this task, if you'd like to show your screen and show us how you've implemented it, or if you're having any issues, then let us know and we can help you debug it.
I've been done for a few minutes. It's pretty simple. What I did, I'll be happy to share it. Over here you can see in my class where I've just defined last commit and previous commit. I did get a little bored and was playing with some variables here, so I've got all my commands defined out in variables and just daisy chaining the variables together. And then in my example, I've got one tidy little block where I'm doing the match. And then here you can see where I run my test and everything has come back successful.
Cool.
Nice.
That's a
That
good.
works.
That's a nice clean implementation.
Yeah, I like the cleanliness of the variables. Very good usage.
It's not very friendly if you don't understand what's going on at all. It kind of breaks apart the plain English read, right? But like I said, I just got bored once playing around.
Yeah, I understand what you mean, but definitely makes a cleaner look to the code, like makes it look a lot shorter, a lot more condensed.
Definitely.
Great job on that.
Thank you.
All right. Who else wants to share their work? Thank you, Chris.
Show what I've got.
Yeah.
So I made just a function that gets all the commits, which I worry about the performance of if there were a lot of them, but it seems to work okay for this. And then I just said that I sort of combined these two requirements into one assertion, that it starts with like that. It seems to work. I did try seeing if I could reach into specific items in the commits, but I couldn't figure out how to do that.
Well, this is where filter tables might be able to help you in that kind of a scenario.
Okay.
Which we'll go over not
We'll
in
get
the
to
next
that.
section, but the one after.
Cool.
Now, one of the things that I'd like one of the TAs to go over is InSpec has this concept, and we kind of went into it with on Deep's question of a property versus a matcher and how those interact differently. And how you might be able to utilize a couple little Ruby tricks to generate a bunch of properties in your resource without actually having to code out like 100 different methods. We may show that part of it a little later. Hint, it's using the Ruby's method missing command. I guess, Roni, could you explain a little bit the difference between a property and a matcher and a resource? And then maybe you could use your own BEN matcher as kind of a reference to why you might need to develop your own matchers.
Sure. You want to do that now?
Sure, might as well. I mean, it's all fresh, kind of, since everybody just saw on Deep's kind of challenge of he confused a property with a matcher in his particular implementation, and trying to help them identify when they might be thinking property, or matcher, right?
Okay. Give me a second.
So one of the things that I'll point out is that in your InSpec resources, right, given that they're just plain old Ruby objects, your methods can return any kind of data structure. Right now, we've kind of been doing simple string returns, but you can do arrays, you can do hashes, you can do key value pairs, all those types of things. So you have to kind of consider the interface that you're building for this object, right? And what kind of questions you want it to be able to answer, right? So a lot of times when you're sitting down developing a resource for a new thing that you want to be able to inspect, you might first start out just as you would in good old-fashioned database development and asking the question, well, what questions do I need to be able to answer, right? And that might start to identify what that resource interface might start to look like. And a really good way to kind of understand what questions you need to be able to answer is to actually look at the security documentation that you have to implement and find out, well, what kind of questions does it ask? So, a good example is, I need to be able to inspect groups of users and find out if users are in something or out of something. I need to be able to look at the properties of files, and I need to be able to look at the properties of configuration files in this particular application. Let's say if I was creating a Git resource, pretty soon it might become apparent that I need a Git underbar config resource, because the config file for Git probably has its own style, right? Or if I want to actually look at the Git server process, right, I might, look at Git D, right, as a resource, right? So not necessarily overloading your resource with what its functionality is, but you might start to identify that, well, I have a process that I need to inspect, I have a configuration file that I need to inspect, and I might have a Git repository that I need to inspect. And each of those have different kinds of questions, and what kind of questions do I need to be able to ask of those different things on the system? And then that would kind of help simplify and streamline your initial development, right? So resources evolve like everything else. So you don't necessarily have to have all the questions before you start, but at least sitting down and kind of writing down what would I like my describe blocks to look like, what would I like the interface to look like, and how do I want it to return information to, right? Are all good things to consider as you start to build out a resource. So.
Okay, so I can go over a bit of the details that I just referred to regarding properties and matchers. So property in InSpec is any method you expose to expose a piece of data, right? You could have something, this is a sample, very simplistic example of a resource InSpec has published. I'll put the URL on chat. So you have initialize and you have methods following that where you're exposing details of the data. So here we're exposing coma count, here we're exposing exists, to check if it exists. So that's what a property is. The property goes on within the its block, or it would be an its, but the data would be pointed over here, on the line of the describe, between describe and do. But yes, as you saw earlier with Amandeep's example, you're not able to pass any arguments within the its block. However, you can okay, I'm going to go over the matchers. Followed by property, you have the matchers. Matchers is what we use to compare as compare operations, right? It always returns a pass or a fail. You have universal matchers, which we've been over in the InSpec basic course, which is a B matcher, which is like a simplistic equal, identical to equal. You have the BN matcher. BN matcher allows you to check if a set of elements in an array, it's in this master authorized array. So say if you have a list of authorized users, and you want to check if the users from the system is within this master list, you can provide the master list onto the profile and say, hey, users should be in this master list. This way we can check if the usage context is, hey, the subset should be in the master list. You also have the compare matchers, which is a very smart B or equal matcher. We can compare across cases, compare across compare across arrays. It can compare across version. I recommend you guys look at it because it's a very powerful. It's a very powerful matcher. Has a lot of use cases. Then you have the equal, which is pretty much identical to B. You have the include. Just check if an array returned by the test includes a specific element. And you also have the match, which is a regex matcher. So these are the universal matchers that is part of the InSpec code. These are not defined in the context of the resource. These are part of the InSpec code. Then you have custom matchers that are present in the InSpec resource itself. These would be only usable within the resource. It's not available as universal outside the resource. For example, say you want to say a file. It should only be readable by a specific user group. It should only be readable by a specific user group and a specific user. If you want to say something like that as a matcher, you're able to provide that argument. So let me type an example up. So you want to say a specific file. I want to say readable.
So while Ronnie's working on that example, let me give you a little background of how BN came into existence. So the BN matcher compares proper subsets and sets of lists, aka arrays. So when you have an array and you want to compare that the elements in that array are a set or proper subset of the comparing array, right? That's what the BN matcher was specifically for. So many configuration files in Linux and Windows have things like encryption, encryption modules that can be loaded or unloaded, right? Enabled or disabled. A list of objects in a set, right? Regardless of the order, right? Need to be turned on or enabled or disabled, right? Whitelisted or blacklisted, right? And normally in pretty much every other validation language, right? The solution to how they go test that event for SSH config specifically was the one we were trying to get around, but this has turned out to be useful in many other places where I have to say, regardless of the order of the items in this array, right? They all have to be there, or none of these should be in that list, or etc. So we had to create our own matcher to be able to properly test for that, because we couldn't guarantee that every administrator would put the list in the same order. And we didn't want to generate a false fail by saying, well, nope, you failed this test because you put, AC 123 in front of, element A. So it was ABC rather than BCA, right? When what I was really asking was, are the elements A, B, and C in this list in any order? Or is the element A in this list? That kind of thing. So that's kind of how that matcher came into existence. And it actually kind of covered one of the biggest headaches of many of the other compliance validation languages, and kind of a frustration. Could you do this kind of thing with regex? Sure, regex can actually handle this, but it's a fairly complicated regex, to do the right grouping and to make it stable, and that regex changes across platforms, and all that kind of thing. So another good example of how the resource abstraction helps you normalize your testing language, right? But be a little softer on, working across platforms or operating systems, that type of thing. So there's never a disadvantage of, if you think you have a complex enough computational case where your own matcher would be useful, the be permissive matcher, be more permissive than matcher that we created actually tested that particular question in the STIGs, where it says this file should have these permissions or less, right? And everybody was going, its mode should be less than or equal to 644, thinking that actually returned the data that you expected, right? Because the statement made sense, right? But really all it was checking for was that it was equal to exactly 0644, and it would fail otherwise. Because it didn't actually do the right computation. So, there have been a few cases where that's been necessary to enhance the test or enhance the matcher so that it actually did the test that you were expecting. So, does that make sense to everybody?
Thanks, Aaron. So
No problem. Give you enough time to write it up?
yeah, I think so. You can still see my screen, right? Can everyone still see my screen?
Yes. we
Yes.
can.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, here are two examples of matchers that are used, that's available in the file resource. You can specify a path and you say should be readable by you group and user. These arguments are passed on to here how the file resource code open. It's passed on to this method. So how do you know if be readable goes to that? So the InSpec convention is if any method, first of all matches should return a Boolean. It should be a pass or a fail. So if a method says readable, a keyword followed by question mark, it returns a Boolean in Ruby by convention. And those get called in InSpec by prepending with the B. So when you say be readable, it calls this one. So when you see the reporting of this test, it reads like English. It's file, it should be this. And a counterpart of that is a has option. I don't have an example here at this point. So if I want to say something like have element, blah, this gets called to this method. It says has element, question mark. And you can provide the argument, blah, it gets copied over here and it'll return a Boolean of that. So have prepend calls has element. A B prepend calls it by the name following the B prepend. So that's the convention in InSpec. So you have to remember that.
Right. And just to be clear, so the readable question mark in your Ruby, right? If the final thing returned a true or a false, right? And you didn't put the question mark in there, the function would still operate, right? But RSpec, the language that's underneath InSpec, wouldn't really know to basically prepend for you magically this B underbar method name, right? So that parsing of char question mark, right, is what RSpec uses to know, or this has underbar to prepend it with have in your InSpec or RSpec code, right? This is how it's kind of aware, right, of having to do that compile magic for you, right? So following good standard Ruby conventions, right, is fairly important in InSpec because there's some things daisy chaining along, right? So, run RuboCop.
Thanks, Aaron. So I think that's all the details I want to provide on the matchers and properties. The last thing that Aaron mentioned was the missing method option. Any questions before I move on to that? Okay, so method missing is a very useful usage in InSpec resources, where you don't want to have a method for every property you want to expose. Say you have a hash with multiple keys and key value pairs, and you want to be able to call each one of them without.
I just want to take a moment to point out the pure joy in Roni's voice right now, because when he found the method missing function and understood how it worked, it was, I don't think I could over describe it.
Who likes writing more code? The less the better. So okay, so here we have example of version or file size. You don't have to define those. You don't have to define those methods.
Rodney, your microphone seemed to have fallen away.
Oh, can you hear me now? Is that better?
Yep.
Okay. So if you have key value pairs in a hash, here's loaded by a YAML file. In this example, has its file size, has a version. Assume it has a version. These can be exposed by the missing method function, where you take an argument as a name, and you expose the value of that specific key. So you can refer it as a property name, even though property is not here. The argument, the value here is passed on to the method missing and exposed for you in the describe block, and you can use a matcher against it and check its value. So it's a very convenient way for you to reduce the amount of code you write for your resource. You have examples of that all over InSpec, and especially the file resource, where they have defined a bunch of different methods, properties they want to expose, and they this is another method, define method. So say you have different methods you want to create, but you don't want to write them individually. You can use this method of define method. So these are all available as properties for InSpec without you having to actually write them out. I would, there's a lot of examples in InSpec profiles, existing resources you want to check out before you go down your own path. As a rule, what I do is, hey, there's a new resource I want to tackle. I would go through the resources and find the closest existing one and build on that. So this way I'm able to use the intelligence of the existing resources and kind of reduce my learning curve and be able to produce effective resources with the InSpec-like style. And this way, when you use InSpec style, and when your resources resemble the existing resources, your pull request to the InSpec to make it part of the core becomes easier as well. So I would recommend every time you need to create a new resource, find the closest one, use that as a starting point. Anything else we should go over?
No, not exactly. I mean, I would just echo your sentiments of, don't repeat yourself, keep it dry, and definitely learn from this community. The InSpec community has by far been one of the most active communities in terms of peer review of code. You have some of the best Ruby programmers on the planet looking over this code. So learning your Ruby from these guys is not a disadvantage at all. And you'll find some almost Perl-like magic of Ruby coding inside this code base. So I would definitely try to exploit it as much as possible. So with that, let's just open it up for some questions. Anybody have any questions or anything that popped into your head while we've been talking? Anything you'd like us to go over again?
You can post your questions on chat as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, please do. All right, well, with that, I guess I'll hand it back over to you, Mo, and we can move on to the next section.
All right, just give me a moment. And I just pasted into the chat the next section that we're on.
So I just have a question. So the explanation of properties, resources, method missing, did you guys find that useful? You think that's something we should add to the standard course content?
I would say so, if only just as like a note, so that way it's on the course materials, even if we don't cover it within the class itself.
All right. Cool. All right. If one of the TAs could take that down, and then hopefully maybe Ronnie and Mo can work together to whip up a couple markdown files, that'd be great.
So if we go ahead, I went ahead and closed everything, so I'm working with a brand new clean environment. Go ahead and expand your environment tab right here, and then go to your specific student folder into your day one. And one file we're going to open is going to be this Docker Compose YAML. And then other than just opening this, the other thing I want you to do is make sure your day one is highlighted. We're going to right click that, and we're going to open up a terminal there. All right, once you are right here, what we're going to do is we're going to type in InSpec init profile. I'm going to call this Docker workstations. Oops. And it would help if I actually spelled mine properly. So what we're going to be working on now is we have a Docker Compose file. And this is a YAML file with some keys and their values. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to write a specific type of control or resource that'll be able to query this and pull back the data that we need. So going back here, I'm going to go ahead and cd into our Docker workstation folder. I'm going to open up my environment. I'm opening up the Docker workstations folder. We have the controls right here. I'm opening that up, and I'm going to open up the example.rb. Now, also similar to what we did before, I'm going to highlight this Docker workstations. I'm going to right click, and I'm going to click new folder and call it libraries, because we will be working with that a little bit later.
Why isn't libraries auto scaffolding?
Sorry, say that one more time.
Why isn't the libraries directory just scaffolding like controls?
So
go ahead.
Well, let's see. There's a political answer, and then there's a real answer. So the real answer is that basic InSpec users, we're getting confused by these extra directories that they never ever seem to use. There's two in a profile that you can create, one called files, one called libraries. Files allows you to have basically a place to store data files on the execution of a profile. So let's say you had a profile that was specifically for, I don't know, ports and protocols, services, that kind of thing, of a, that you created as your organization's kind of standard, and then you updated that file every once in a while via git push, and then an easy little profile that I could go through and read that YAML file that has services in their expected port, and then a simple little loop that says, hey, I expect this port and service to be listening and running and available and blah, blah, blah. Or any kind of data file that you might need, right? You can do that via the files directory in a profile. So it's a way for you to package data and do it. The libraries, as you see, is used for primarily putting any kind of either Ruby file that contains matchers or resources in there that you can ship with the profile locally. So if you created a specialized profile for your application X that had a conf file and a service and a thing, right? But the general InSpec community won't use it, right? That's what libraries are there for. And basically it started to confuse people. So they just removed it. And if you know enough about InSpec to know you can put them there and how to use them, it won't confuse you. So just add it to your profile. We've had such a large uptake in InSpec in terms of your basic user finding some value in this, because the InSpec language is really easy to use and run and execute. But they don't want to get into the dirty details. We've had to make some compromises to enhance usability.
So you've spoiled them. I got it. Thank you for the answer.
Yeah. Go ahead. Ask me why attributes got renamed to inputs. Anyway.
All right. So after having everything open, what I did is I cleared out the example.rb, and this is where we're actually going to be writing our test itself. Now, if I was to go ahead and open the InSpec resources, and I was to search, I can actually see that we have a YAML resource. And since we are looking at a YAML file, we could actually use this to go ahead and try to query the file that we want. And we can see the way it's used is it does describe the YAML, we give it the path, then it's doing the its, and it's just navigating down the path of the actual YAML, and then saying it should equal this value. So we'll start by writing our describe statement, our YAML. And over here, we're going to pass in the path. And then to get that path, I'm going to open up my environment. I'm just going to go to my day one, because inside of my day one is where this docker compose.yaml is located. I'm going to open up a new terminal, and I'm just going to do pwd. And then if I do an ll, you can actually see the docker compose is in there. So I'll copy this, and I'll pass that in. And then at the very end of it, wrong one, I'll just add in the Docker file that we're going to be using. Now, the first test we're going to do is we're going to want to get this image right here and retain that piece of information. So I'm going to do an its statement. And then inside of the its, I'm going to say services. And then we're going to navigate into workstation. And then we're going to navigate into image. And then we're going to say that that should equal, and I'm just going to go ahead and copy the value that we want it to equate to. Also, I want to go ahead and return the value of what volumes gives us. So once more, I'm going to do another its. I'm going to put services, workstation, and then volumes. And we're going to say this one should compare match to, and we're going to get this value right here. Now, the way this works, because this is something that we can read off of the YAML resource, but when you use this YAML resource, when you get to the properties over here for the its, I'm putting in services because that is the top level thing that I'm searching in for my keys. Then I put workstation because that is the next level of indentation that I'm going to my keys. And then finally, image is the third and final result that I'm going for. Once I do that, what I'm actually going to be returning is going to be this value, and that's what I'm trying to match to.
So how does it work where you can like pass in an array of properties as opposed to having to have like the method name?
Method name, you mean like the way that they're passing in this array over here?
Yeah.
Well, actually, we're going to be rewriting that in just a bit.
Cool.
In doing that, so we're going to go ahead.
And for the Ruby people in the room that know Ruby well enough, yes, you can use %W in this as well, and it'll work fine. So %W paren services workstation volume space delimited.
The next question I had is that volumes is like a thing that can contain an array, right? Like right now there's only one item in that array, which is like the root one, but what happens if like would this test fail if there's more than one volume in there? Because
with the compare matcher it would.
Yes. We would have to use a different matcher like the BN matcher, for example, if we're comparing to a list.
Mm-hmm. Or you could use the include matcher if you have 5 items and you only wanted to match one of them.
Mm-hmm. All right. Going back to my terminal over here, I'm in my instructor, day one, and then inside of the Docker workstations folder. And I'm going to go ahead and write the command that we did before, inspec exec dot. And there we go. We should get 2 successful runs because what it's doing is it's getting it's querying for that image key that we got, and it saw that learn chef inspec workstations is valid. It is equal. And then for the volumes, once more, that one value that we have is that root. So yes, it went ahead and matched. But now what we're going to want to do is instead of using the YAML, we're actually wanting to write our own Docker Compose resource. So we're going to go ahead and rewrite our test. We're going to use the Docker Compose config. That's what we're going to call our resource. We're going to pass in the path, same as we did before. So I'm just going to copy and paste the path. I'm going to say its services.workstation.image. We're going to go ahead and equate it the same. Then I'm also going to do its services.workstation.volumes. And it also should CMP the root. And I'm going to go ahead and save that off.
Now, just a small note on naming convention. So sometimes in InSpec resources, you will see a config, something underbar config resource versus something underbar conf resource. Fundamentally, they're the same kind of resource. The general consensus has been when the file on the file system is a something.conf or something.config, right? We try to keep those naming conventions consistent. So Apache conf, right, versus Docker config, you know, that kind of thing.
Yep. So now that I've given everyone a couple moments to go ahead and write this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually run our InSpec exec again. And once more, it goes ahead and fails, and we got the undefined method error. Now, as we've noticed before from the previous example that we did, we know that's because we actually don't have a resource and we have to go ahead and create one. So going back into your day one, inside of your Docker workstations, we created the libraries folder earlier. Now we're going to make a new file. We're going to call that docker compose config.rb. And we'll go ahead and open that. And as we learned, the smallest form of any type of resource is just going ahead and creating the class. We're inheriting from the InSpec resource. We're going to give it a name. And then we're just closing that off. Once everything is saved, I'm going to go ahead and rerun. Once more, we failed, but this time wrong are a number of arguments given. And as we learned from the previous example, that's because we are passing in a path, whereas it doesn't know what to do with that path. So we go ahead and create our initialize method. Same way as we did before. We went ahead and initialized. We're expecting some parameter that's going to be passed in, and we're saving that parameter into an instance variable to be used within this code right here.
Mo, maybe this would be a good time to just show them quickly the accessors for those instance variables, should they ever want those data elements to be available to them.
I think those are actually covered in the later in the filter tables section.
Ah, yes. Okay.
Yes.
Never mind.
Mm-hmm.
Jumping ahead.
So we'll go ahead and rerun. And once more, we get this undefined method. So we are slowly pathing our way through. We fixed the issue of not knowing what this method was. Now we fixed the issue where it didn't understand what was being passed in. And now we just have to make it understand what this services workstation image is, because it doesn't know what that what that equates to. So I'll go ahead and create a method called services. And as we did before, I'm just going to keep it blank. So we go ahead and see what happens. This time, instead of getting this undefined method services, instead I get this undefined method workstation for nil class. So it's a different failure with nil value. It was returned. So we'll go ahead and define what the services method will do. And we'll take the already existing InSpec resource to parse that path file. So what I'm going to do is we're going to use that YAML. First, I have to put it in the initialize. I'm going to make a YAML. And for it, I'm going to do inspec.yaml resource, and I'm going to pass in the path. And then over here, I go ahead and call on that instance variable for the services portion of that document. So one thing you will notice, as we've done in the previous resource, even though we made a brand new Git resource, what it ended up using was another resource in InSpec called the command resource, where we're allowing it to use the command line arguments to query for us. Similarly, over here, for us to parse through a file, a type of YAML file, and since we're going to have specific things for just Docker Compose, we're creating a new resource, but it's building off of the YAML resource. I'll go ahead and save that. And when we rerun, you'll notice something different. Over here, we're getting a hash. So the reason why it can't match is because what we're actually getting back from this YAML is a hash. So we're going to have to use a method inside of Ruby where we wrap our variable right here in something called a hashy mash, which is a way to unpack this hash into an actual string that we can validate on. Now, to do that, we're going to first go to the very top of our class. We're going to require hashy mash. And then for our code, it's just as simple as typing this. We wrap our YAML, the actual hash that we're getting, inside of a hashymash.new. And we're importing that by putting that require statement. Now, when we save that off, all we're going to do is rerun the command one last time. And there you go. Any questions on that, or is anyone not getting to that point? Anyone having any errors?
Now, an update for the develop Docker resource section of code down at the bottom of the page there on 10.4, the require hashy mash on the class is missing. New to Docker, I didn't get that until you just said it. Or I'm sorry, new to Ruby, I didn't pick that up. But it's missing from the little code snippet. I don't know if that's by design or not.
Yep, that's actually something I'd forgotten to fix, because back in the older versions of InSpec, when this was developed, the course, you actually didn't require need to have that require statement. It was actually built-in part of InSpec.
Okay,
But
no problem. I will
one
blame
of
it
the
on
more
that.
recent ones, we found that, yeah. I'll go ahead and
Gotcha,
take a
thanks.
note for that. Thank you.
Is there still a suggested change button on the class content, or did we not turn that on?
No, it's still there to help us improve this page.
Oh, there we go.
Anyone else having any issues on this so far? Okay. If this is working and no other issues, we can move on to the next section. And that is the filter table section. I'll pass it back on to you, Roni.
Wow, we never got to section 11 on the first day before.
We have a few times, but yeah, if you would you rather take it on tomorrow?
No, either is fine.
Mm-hmm.
So can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so filter tables. This is one of Aaron's favorite methods in InSpec, and this allows you to expose ordered data for plural InSpec resources. So let me expand on that. InSpec style has a habit of having a plural resource and a singular resource, and that logic works really well for them. So, for example, users, you have a user's resource and a user resource. So the idea is you would use the plural resource to filter out what you want to evaluate, and you would evaluate using the singular resource. You use that. You see that method all over. You see that for group. You see that for group and groups. Also heavily for AWS resources, where you want to say, hey, auto-scaling groups and auto-scaling group, subnet groups and subnet. So the idea is you have, whenever you have an ordered set of data you want to expose and filter on, you use filter tables. So you can do multiple things like sort through packages installed in the system, virtual machines on the cloud provider, and all the list of all the processes running on a VM. So you play with. So if you have the InSpec shell open right now, you could try Etsy host entries to see all the data that is returned. So I'm going to open InSpec shell. Onto the current machine. So I'm just going to say InSpec shell. Let's see, pose, spell. So that exposed every Etsy host entry you have on the system in an ordered struct. So you have the same key value pair, key value pairs on each element of the entries. So that's very critical to a filter table. You want ordered set with the identical key value pairs, and you filter off of that. Let's see. So can you have multiple filter tables in a class? So yes and no. You can have multiple filter tables in a resource, but not within the same class. An example of multiple filter tables in resources, one of our local resources, AWS IAM policy. I'm gonna put that in chat. Where the main resource has a filter table anyway. Oh, I'm sorry, the main resource doesn't have a filter table, but if it had, it would have worked this way. Here, I created a new class just for the filter table, and I exposed it as one of the properties within the main resource. So, instead of saying Etsy host entries, you would say, I should have done more cleaner before I started. I apologize. You would say Etsy host document and say entries. Of course, this wouldn't work because it's a different method, but that's the idea. You can have multiple filter tables on the same resource, but they had to be isolated to a different class. Okay, so I think the best way to learn InSpec filter table is just to get some hands-on experience. Any questions before I move forward? You can post your questions on chat as well. Okay, now let's move on. Now let's go ahead and create a test resource, a test profile where we can create our own custom filter table resource. So copy that command, inspect init. Mo, should I be in the instructor folder? Okay, so I'm going to go to the instructor folder day one. You go to your own student ID day one, and you go ahead and create inspect init, filter table test, or whatever you want to name your profile. So that creates a scaffolding. So that creates a scaffolding for you for filter table test. So day one, I can see it on the side. I create controls. So I'm going to cd into that. I'm going to create a libraries directory because that's where the custom resources go. I can go ahead and touch. Let's see. I'm going to call it filter.rb. That creates a I'm sorry, I created the wrong location. So I created it in the root of the directory. I'm going to move it to libraries directory. Since this is an advanced class, I'm not going to go into detail in this step, but if you want me to, please let me know for the basic setup. Has everyone been caught up here? Okay, if anybody's having trouble, just please reach out to the TAs or myself. So I'm gonna copy this example we have here, and I'm gonna go over and paste it, and we can go over the details here. So to start off, we have the require statement where you're importing, requiring the loop filter library to be used in this class. Here we have the name of the resource, just like you guys seen here. You're saying it supports Linux environments. It doesn't matter for this example, but that's what you would do if you have creating OS specific resources. This is a first step for installing a filter table. You create an object of it. Here we're calling filter table underscore table. And we have to define a data or a data source. Usually you would pull from an API or a file system of target, you pull the order data out of the target. If for Docker example, it could be the list of Docker containers or Docker images. Was that a question? Okay, moving on. It could be a list of it could be a list of users on the system. Anything that can be parsed into an order data set like so can be pulled here. So here we're hard coding some data for the purpose of demonstrating a filter table. But ideally, this would be a actual data you pull from the target somehow, and it would be in such an ordered set ordered data format. It's basically an array of hashes. That's the type of data you're looking for.
And a lot of times, many of the resources that utilize filter tables also build this data set by querying multiple parts of the system and putting it together, or filtering and parsing a complex config file to put it into an ordered data set. All kinds of real good examples about how you might take a large data set, organize it, and then be able to interface with it. Is pretty much kind of what filter table was built for.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. So here we have some hard-coded data defined, so we can play with it. The next step is registering the individual fields, individual columns and fields that you have in the data set. Here we have a name column, and you're saying it points to the name on the name field on the name key on the hash, age, gender, toys. So we have registered all 4 columns. Yep, all 4 columns we have in the all 4 keys we have in the hash. We have registered them as columns in the filter table. At this point, let's play with it. So to be able to use a local resource, what I'm going to say is inspect shell -- depends and the current directory, the root of the directory. The -- depends tells the shell to pull in any local libraries we have defined. So I pasted the command in chat. So once you have that, let's try them out. So filter table dot entries. Entries, it listed all the data you have specified in the fetch data method. So filter table comes free with a lot of base properties. You have where, entries, raw data, count, and exist. These come free. You don't have to define them. So let's play with each of them.
So Roni, let's pause a second and just make sure that nobody has any questions. We're throwing a lot of information at them at the moment.
Yeah, I apologize. Yeah, please let me know if you have any questions. This is a better advanced InSpec portion.
Anyone? All right.
Okay, yeah, if you have any questions as we move forward, please post them on chat so we can answer you. So use already saw entries. Entries list every single structure you have that's that's the parse data contains. Then you have where. Where is extremely useful when you're trying to filter. Okay, so when you're trying to filter down data that you want to inspect, for example, for users, okay, so I want to check every user that has a UID higher than 1,000. So, actual users. I want to say where. I had to follow that by entries to see them. That gives me a list of all users higher than 1,000. Or I could do higher than equal to 1,000, so EC2 user would show up. Yeah, so you got EC2 user who's a user 1,000. So this way you can filter down. You can filter down data that you need to inspect. This way you don't have to inspect any of the system users. You just need to inspect the actual users from the system, real users on the system. So that's where operator comes in. So here you saw the block-based implementation of where. If you can see, as you can see, I'll use the curly, the curly brackets. That allows you to inject a block where you can do operations like greater than or equal to or regex match, whatever you want to do. There's the other mode of usage is as a method with parentheses. You can say UID 1,000. This way you're just passing on an argument and it returns what matches that. Or you can say username. You get the same data. So there are two different usages of where that we need to get familiar with. There you go. Yep. Where to that. Name Sarah. Or the block-based implementation where you can do more complex operation like greater than or equal to or regex match or something. Or you could even set true. That means every element of the entry will be inspected. So it's just a usage of Ruby block where it returns a Boolean value. So you can get creative with the block statement. So next one is the raw data. So if you just want to get the data returned by the fetch data method, or the unparsed data, you can just say raw data. Like you say, the actual hash that's not being parsed as objects for filter table. You can have your own use cases for this if you want to do further parsing on that. Another free object property that you get is count. So count just counts the number of items in that array. You say how many EC2 just want, how many users greater than 1,000. You say count, and you will get 2. So it's a very basic count of the existing number of entries that you have exposed with a where or a where statement, or if if you don't have a where, the total count of objects you have.
Roni, I want to count the number of toys I have.
Okay. So to answer Aaron's question, here each entry has a toy. Each child has a toy. So I need to filter on one to see how many toys that kid has. So here I want to try Sarah. I'm going to use the method usage where I say name Sarah. I'm going to say toys. What am I saying? Oh, I'm sorry. Let's see. What am I doing wrong there? Oh, I'm sorry. I had to use where. Sorry, long day. So where name is Sarah. Let me repeat that. Filter table where name is Sarah, and I want to say toys. I get a list of toys the person has, and I can say count. That should give me the. Oh no. So here's the complication, right? It gave me an array of an array. That's what happens when you do a filter table, because from the perspective of where, there could be multiple entries with the name of Sarah. So you're gonna get an array within an array. If there were two people with the name Sarah, you would have had another array within the array that would show the second person's list of toys. So here you're rephrasing to see total count of toys by every person named Sarah. I can say something like flatten, and that would make it a single array. Then I can say count. So this way I got number of toys at every person with the name Sarah. So that answers Aaron's question. So as you can see, it's very important that you play with this and get experience on how the object works, how the resource work with the filter table using InSpec shell. You can try them out, get the data out, and see how it comes out before you're writing the describe blocks. Experience every users, InSpec users heavily use InSpec shell to parse out, to figure out what type of data it's filter table and resources exposed, and that would tell you how to ask the right question based on that.
We have a question in chat. Samuel says, what button do I push if I get locked with paren, all caps, and paren? I think just refresh your browser. Is it in the shell or?
Have you tried Control C? Does that get you out, or did refresh work? can try exit to get out.
Try Q if you're in edit, maybe.
Ronnie, did you go over the dash dash depends dot and kind of why you're doing that?
I did.
Okay, great.
Yeah, to reiterate, dash dash depends allows you to pull local resources you're defining, like we do here. Here we're putting dot because it's the current directory. If it was a different directory, you would, specify the full path. So okay, so we went over the matchers that I'm sorry, the properties that come free with the filter table, where entries, raw data, count, and exist. Oh, I didn't go over exist. I'm sorry.
Now, just double checking, Samuel, did you get out of your loop? Cool. All right. Thanks.
Yeah, Chris is right. If you can get the first element. You can get the first element of the flattened array just by specifying its index. Okay. The last one we need to go over is the exist. Exist.
The other thing, Ronnie, that I would add there is you could also just for Ruby-ish, right? You could also say flatten first and last, right?
So first or last, and Ruby will translate that to a 0 or the last element. It looks prettier in code, but yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the last one we need to go over is exist. Exist is an abstraction, is a operation based on count. If the count is higher than 0, you would get an exist. So toys exist. Oh, I'm sorry, not toys. A person named Sarah exists. You get it true. I'm gonna say a person named Molly. Exists, false. So if the count is greater than 0, you'll get an exist. Count is 0, you'll get a false on exist. So you're able to ask questions like describe filter table, does Sarah exist? And you're able to get a pass there, pass or fail there. So let's go over one of the a few examples we have.
Right. Well, and Ronnie, where would you use exist? A lot of times, so like making sure that a user with the name Aaron doesn't have a UID less than 1,000 or that kind of thing.
Let's write something up. Describe users where name EC2 user do its UID should not count less than 1,000. Try that. Oh, it's username, sorry. Let's see. Maybe it's all right. You cannot refer to individual values that way. You had to create a custom match, custom property for that. So to answer Rand's question, you can actually use a singular resource. So I can do stuff like stuff usernames that match. Here is not going to make sense. He can do users, loop through the individual user, and you can have describe user. Say it takes by username. Say the user resource takes a username argument. You can do. Here I'm just guessing here, but I want to show you the pattern. Here it should come for then 1,000. So this is close to the pattern we have showed before, right? You know, you use the plural resource to filter down, loop through them, and use a singular resource to check individual properties. So I'm not sure this is gonna work, but let's try it out. Yeah, of course. So I'm going to use entries to find out what data has been exposed. Usernames. Yeah, there you go. So if I want to expose a single data that's shown here, I'm going to call it username and followed by NS. That's going to give me an array of individual key values here. So if you look at the data format, there is no S there. It gets interesting when you have max days hit into max days S. That's the only way to explain. Wow, it's actually pretty clever. So if it ends by S, you don't have an extra S. But if it doesn't end by S, you have to add an extra S to get it out. GIDs. That's funny.
It almost seems like a little bit of a bug to me.
I think it's on purpose. If it already ends with an S.
Try disabled. GID? GIDs? Okay, this is weird. There's some inconsistency going on here. All right then.
I had to look into that one.
Well, write down a bug.
I'm not sure if it's a bug. I think it just might be a defined behavior I'm rusty on. But I recall something like this. If it ends with an S, you don't append the rest on top of it. Okay, so yeah, this way, since it's username, that's the name of the key, I'm gonna add S to it to expose it.
Do you need entries? No?
I don't need entries here. That's what we just saw. If you just put the plural of the data point, you'll get the list of users. So let's see, to finish Aaron's use case. Aaron, why is it not showing a?
Do you have two comparison operators that you're using there? Should, compare, greater?
So without the greater, it would just be an equation operation, right? If you have compare greater, it should be greater than equal to.
I got you.
Try just the I mean, it may just be a dirty environment because this is a hack after all. So the InSpec shell is actually a hack of Ruby Pry. Sometimes it just gets a little, well, shall we say, finicky. All right, what the heck's going on here?
See, that works.
Okay.
Oh, is it because it's the same name?
Ah, it might be confusing. Okay. That's actually fixed, I think, in.
It's not. What am I doing wrong here?
Okay, let's see. Describe user username. Do its UID. Da 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 da. Just set username to a string and then just try the describe block, the interior describe block, and see if it.
I did. This works.
Right, but now in the shell, set username equal to EC2 user, and then switch to the first describe block. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. And do you have to dereference username?
I don't. It's a string. So that works too.
Just say X. Blah. Okay, blah. Fine. This is really interesting. Okay.
That's something stupid I'm doing.
Did they modify something?
Oh, it's. Oh, I knew it was something stupid I'm doing.
Each. Oh God. Huh, I actually have to use the iterator. All right.
Whoops, why wouldn't you? I'm sorry, folks. So this is how you do a loop in Ruby. If you're not familiar with Ruby, you have this alone would give you an array. And if you want to iterate through individual array, you would use the each statement at the end, and followed by a do, followed by two pipes and a variable. So each element of the array return would get passed on to the variable, which can be used within the loop. So this is like your for loop, not for loop.
Yeah, it's a kind of modified for loop.
Modified for loop that Ruby
It's really closer to a where with a built-in clause, but
right.
Well, and until, yeah, but
okay.
Until you don't have any elements, continue, right? So
right.
Yeah. So anyway, this is a good example of kind of how you debug and iterate through, why the shell. We found the shell to be so valuable over the years. Rather than doing the debug against your target of evaluation, which you might have, many checks, right? And you're really just testing one block, right? Or, one little part of the code and stuff like that. So now, as you might expect, you can actually use the shell and go into your target of evaluation if you want to, which we demonstrated, in the last class, but just as a reminder. So
you would just say inspect shell and provide the target, just like you did for the exec. But yeah, no different here. Let's see. So, okay, now let's talk. Any questions at this point? Let me check the chat.
Yeah, we seem to have lost a few people. Maybe folks had meetings. Is everybody understanding this so far? I know this is one of the more complicated topics we've been on. Is anybody lost or having any questions?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay.
So the next step we need to go over is the custom matchers. So say you have a use case saying where somebody is this name, it should have a car. So you're able to create a custom matcher that answers that question for you. So as we said before, have underscore points to has. So let's go back to the resource and how it does it. So here you said, so to register a custom matcher, you say filter table, register custom matcher, name of the method, and be sure it always should be a symbol based, not the string. So that means you should have a colon in front of it. So you say has car, question mark, and then you have a Boolean condition within the block that answers the question for you. So there you go, just like we did flatten before. Filter table, toys, flatten to combine all the array, and it includes, does it include a car? So this answers the question, does it have a car? Or you want to check if it's a boy or a girl. So you say boy. You say filter table, gender, unique. So you're using unique because you're trying to flatten it. Let me show you how that works. Sure. Gender. See, Aaron, gender work without an S. Oh, here it works without an S. Okay. Okay. Oh, you know what, Aaron? It must be how they define the register the column. If you register it as a names, it's gonna require the S. So yeah, they probably just registered it differently. That's why it's inconsistent. So if I had put names here, that would work as names instead of names. Yep, my bad. So you get a gender and you're able gender where I'm sorry, where gender equals boy. So if you notice, you got 2 entries because there are 2 boys.
And then Patrick has a good question when you're done with this example as well.
Okay. Okay, so let's deconstruct the boy matcher. So you want to say, you say you're giving a specific name. Say you're saying where name John. You got the gender as a boy. And you're saying unique equals boy, unique equals boy to check to return true or false on that. So if I had put Sarah, this will return a false. So you might wonder why we have this unique statement. That's to collapse any duplicates you might have in the array. For example, you say age greater than 10. So you have 2 girls because you have 2 girls over 10. And if you say unique, it collapses it to 1 because they're duplicates. And then you can check equal against that. So you're not losing any data, but you're doing a better compare because the collapse set is equal or not to what you expect. So to register custom match your boy, you say, gender unique equal boy, to girl, gender unique equal girl. To create a custom property, if you want to expose a custom data, a process data, for example, if you want to return number of boys or number of girls, you can say custom property and the name of the property. Recall that a matcher goes here after should, and property goes here within the is. So boys count would go here. So you want to say boys count should be a certain number. So here, let me see. Table dot boys count. I got 2. So you're able to say statements like describe table 2 it's boy count I'm sorry, boys count. You'll get a passive hit from that. So that's your custom matcher and custom property. And let's answer the question in chat. That has car will check at least one record that's returned by the filter car to express a requirement that all people above must have cars. Let's see. So the requirements, how would you express a requirement that all person about 12 have cars? So to answer Patrick's question, I can do something like describe where age greater than or equal to 12 has car. So Patrick, to answer your question, this kind of becomes the explorer and singular pattern where you're looping through individual cases. Maybe do it better.
So that would sort of be like the users up above there, where you have users. You want to make sure that all of the users named EC2 user have a user ID above 1000.
That's right. You will
right?
need the singular and the plural pattern.
I see.
You could do something clever like you can do multiple filters. So you can chain where statements together. Include car. So here you can put a negative question like filter table where age equals greater than or equal to 2, where toys does not include car. You can say that should be empty.
Okay, that makes sense.
So both people have cars, and that returned the empty array. So you can follow that by saying it should not exist. And you got a trip, which is actually the case. Let's switch it to train because only one of them has a train. here you got you found that one of the kits did not have a train. So that kind of it's ugly, but it works with the use case. That's why you have the plural and the singular pattern. Plural to get the filtered list, singular to inspect the specific details of that element in the array.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks.
No problem. So we saw some custom matchers, custom properties. Oh, yep, I didn't go over this. So you created a filter table object. How do you provide the data? You say, I already said you have the fetch data method that fetches data for you, however you want. To pass that data along to filter table, you do install filter table method on resource, self fetch data. This way, filter table knows you should go to fetch data to gather the data it's processing on. Should have talked about this before. I'm going to go here because it's part of the setup. What else? So we talk about hascar, go count, boy count. So we saw where, multiple uses of where. You could even do a regex based check for where. Or you can have a array based check. It should be within these array elements. You're able to do block based checks where you can have a custom block, same as a block that returns a Boolean for you. And if you're familiar with Ruby, it's similar to how map or select works. Let's see, here we can see an example of chaining wheres together. We already saw that in action. Where the color is red and its ID should be greater than 2. And you got to counter that and compare it to a number you want. Entries, we saw this already. Custom matcher. Custom property. So yeah, you would see a lot of examples here of what you need to do. So this page is lifted from the InSpec doc itself. So this is any possible combination of data you want to use cases you want to put together. Chances are you're going to find an example here, and you were able to just copy and paste and work off of that. I mean, that's what I do. That's why as you saw me in action. I don't remember anything as I do it because I mostly just copy and paste and fix it up. It's like the most foolproof and the fastest way to create these describe blocks because all the combinations are already here. I just got to find a matching one. So I think Mo has an exercise here for you guys, suggested activity. You can add a field. It's suggested activity. You add a field to the filter table. So you update the fetch data, add an extra user here, or update the fields that you want to play. Completely different data, or instead of kids, it could be students. Or employees, something like that. Add a custom matcher. You could have a custom matcher for the same data or your new data, or a custom property, or so use these tips and tricks you have to create and write a few describe blocks using your updated resource. So Mo will check back in 20 minutes. Is that right?
Yes, that should be good.
What time is the class end? I'm sorry.
Let me double check.
It ends at 4.
Ends at 4. Okay. So maybe we'll give you 15 minutes, and we'll look at what you guys have created in the next 10 minutes, or or we can follow up with it tomorrow as well, because this is a very good example, a very important feature in InSpec resource creation you need to get used to. So, yep, I'll let you guys go for the next 15 minutes, and maybe you can show off in the last 10 minutes. Any questions at this point, please let me know. So folks, yeah, please continue working on them. We can show up tomorrow what you guys came up with.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And just as a PSA announcement as well, all the environments are still there, same as the first class. You can download your files. They will still be there tomorrow. At the end of class tomorrow is when we will delete the Cloud9 environments. So before then, if you'd like to keep a copy of your code, you can save it off then. But you don't need to worry about that tonight.
Ronnie, could you share your screen again just to show how to like access the filter table from within the shell?
Absolutely. Hold on one second. Okay, so the filter tables, the custom resource that you guys have would be in the libraries directory. And to use them, you would go to the root of the directory and you say inspect shell -- depends, followed by the path to wherever the profile is, the root of the profile. Here it's current directory, so I'm just going to say down. And provide the name of the filter, name of the resource that contains the filter table, and you just say entries. I think I messed something up. I think I messed up the resource somehow. I'm gonna go back and reset it. So any update I make to the resource, I have to get out and reinitiate the shell. So, yep, filter table .entries. We'll confirm the data is here for you. Anything specific you want to see, Amandeep?
I mean, I was just trying to run one of my custom matchers and failing at it, but I think it's because I got some of the names wrong and stuff.
Okay.
Well, I'll be happy to throw myself out there because I'm having a problem with the custom matcher as well, just probably because I don't know Ruby. But when I'm adding my custom matcher and I want to do something on age, let's say I'm adding old, how can I do where we have gender.unique equals for the boy or the girl, age greater than something? Is that possible?
I don't see why not. Let's see.
I just don't know the syntax.
Can you say the use case again?
Yeah, here I'll paste what I've got already for my matcher in the chat.
Oh, you have it in there? Okay, thank you.
And I was just going to do something where an old count was anybody over the age of 40 with my custom record added. So I was trying to figure out how to, you can see my dot question mark if you hit chat and paste it in there. where I kind of just stopped because I was looking for a replacement for the EQL.
Okay, so so it sounds like you're trying to get a count of users over 40. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so
that would be a custom property, not a matcher, right? Like a.
So would I not set my old question mark matcher?
Are you
from the filter table with any? Okay, the matcher had to be absolute true or false, right?
Yes, matcher has to be true or false. Yes.
So greater than wouldn't give us true or false then. I mean, it could, wouldn't it? I don't know.
So are you trying to say a specific? Okay, so you would have to say if every single element of that array should be over 40.
In the chat, I put my custom matcher and I just added my custom property that I'm working on. And here's the record that I added.
Yes, the custom property, that looks correct. That should work. Because that's gonna.
There's a couple here. I think.
This is Chris, right? Who's speaking?
This is Chris. Yeah, I don't know Ruby. I'm sorry. I'm still learning the language as of the last class.
No worries. Your custom property looks correct. That's going to return you a list of people above 43. Does it not work correctly?
That unique dot question mark looks a little funny to me. Is that a typo?
That's not right.
It's not a typo. It's where I removed EQL and was looking in my drop down for what may appear for greater than. So it's just where I was dot sourcing to see what my options were.
Yep. Okay, so let's hold up for a second. Custom property, what I'm highlighting. Can you see what I'm highlighting here? Can you see my chat screen?
Yes.
So your custom property old count, that should work correctly because it looks correct to me. Does it?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So you're trying to ask the question if a specific set is above 30.
Yeah. I was trying to basically call old, and if you were above, if there were any entries above 40, it would return true.
Okay, gotcha. Now I see the use case. So what we have to do is you're gonna get a list of ages, and we have to loop through each one of them and make sure that return true if they're above 40, because you're gonna get a set of arrays. So let's see. How would you check if individual item is over 40?
That's where I was lost.
You could use an iterator and a ternary statement.
Yeah. Any or all? I think Ruby has a. So would you want to return true if any of them are 40 or all of them are 40?
If any entry in the list is over 40, that person is old.
Okay.
How many are there?
Got it. So here's my problem, right? When you say how many are there, that's not a Boolean. That's property realm.
Well, I have that property in there too.
So you're trying to say if any of them are over 40. So, is that what you're trying to ask?
Yeah.
It has to be a yes or no answer.
Yeah. And I think that's what's got me messed up. So I've got my property correct.
Yes.
I didn't really need to add another matcher for the use case that I came up with.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got to go back to the drawing board to come up with another matcher to add.
Okay.
Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes. So here I'm going to say the use cases, if any over 40.
Unique all 40. Okay.
Okay. So
I'll come up with another use case. Or test, I mean.
Right. So you have to come up with for matchers, you had to come up with a use case that would say, that would return true or false.
Yeah. That's
So
matcher, true, false.
Let's see, and I want to make sure we didn't did we get Patrick's question too, where he said, how would you express the requirement that for all people age 12 or higher, they must have a car?
Yeah, we answered that question.
Okay, good. Just making sure. I had to step away for a second, so.
Perfect. So Ruby has a all or any method. I need to look up the use case. I have the usage of it. If any, I'm gonna copy that. I'm just guessing here. Let's see if it works. Let me test out the statement. Filter table dot age dot unique. Any over 40. Any over 40. I'm gonna say any over 10. So that should work, Chris. So you can even, I think you can take it as an argument here. Let's see if that works. Maybe not. Yep, what you have in chat, it should work. Let's go with the simple use case for now. What you have in chat. I'm gonna set 10 to mess enough to work with the data set I have. I'm gonna get out of shell and go back in. To say describe name Sarah, which should be old. Okay, I'm doing something wrong. Okay, since it's fast forward, let's take it up tomorrow. Take it up tomorrow, Chris. But yeah, this match should work. I think I've had was on the class here.
Okay.
Oh yeah, there you go. That's, wait, no, it's not. That's correct. Okay, yeah, let's look at it tomorrow. Mo, anything else before we sign off? All right, Mo.
No, I think that's pretty much it.
Cool. See you folks tomorrow.
Thanks. Have a good night.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks. Have a good one.